Hello. Hopefully everybody's day's going good. My day's been interesting. Um, Quite a lot between now and previous, but it's been good. So we managed to play a little bit of Zomboid. I watched Emma play Long Dark. I did a little bit of RimWorld. I got to hang out with Snoot on their birthday, which is really cool. It's a really nostalgic arcade as well as it's like VR chat, which was interesting. Oh, there we go. But yeah, it was really cool. And if you didn't wish Snoot a happy birthday, you should wish Snoot a happy birthday. But just let's get started. But yeah, I enjoyed my dinner. It was okay. Spending time with Emma was great. We're getting a lot further into chapter 4. I figure we're probably about just over like the half mark, if I had to guess. Which means that chapter 4 will be done soon, and chapter 5's not out yet, so we're going to be on a wait here soon. Emma is planning on doing, I think we're going to do Psychonauts 2 next, but I don't know for sure. We may decide something completely different. As well as we've got to start watching those movies again, which we haven't done in a little while. Mostly because it'll be the third time in a short span that we've watched all of the Spider-Man movies. But at the same time, I'm okay with that. It's cool. They are cool movies. But I think the reason why Emma is avoiding it is because there's certain films that Emma is less than fond of. That I well, if we're gonna watch them one, we gotta watch them all. So anyways, let us continue on with our rat racing for right now. And I may continue our we've got a hungry frog tribe, which is I was reading some things about what I should maybe do better. Like not like strategies or anything, but I was like from other folks that do like the tribal stuff cuz it seems very difficult to start with, 5 mouths to feed and almost no food anywhere. Also, I could. So the trick that I'm seeing a lot of folks use for tribal starts is they're instead of dividing the work so much, they could like they'll focus it. So everybody on crops, everybody on this, everybody on that. So it's kind of neat. Like they'll have like everybody on crops, then suddenly 5 people on research, and then so it's neat to see the differing styles. It makes sense because, like, I mean, that way, because if you have 5 people doing crop rotations, you're gonna get a lot more food real quick. And then same goes for if you're everybody on building. If everybody's building, you're gonna build everything real fast. Even if you like 2 or 3 of your builders are slow, at least they're helping, right? But yeah, so that was some interesting stuff that I learned about tribal starts with RimWorld. Because RimWorld is definitely a game I like it, but at the same time, it's definitely not within my like comfort ishness. I need to kind of get better at it in a way. Let's see. Oh, a side note is as well. We've, or at least there was one other person that decided to vote on the claustrophobia in closet, so we will no longer be having our little tiny chair inside that little cubby, which because it's been ruled as that they didn't want us to do it. So I'd rather folks be agreeable on it, you know. So we've banned that one. Not allowed. So, and I'm okay with that in the end. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. Mm. Yeah, hopefully you're having a good day, Cinnamon One. I'm having a good day. You like watching? Yeah, me too. I was enjoying some real. I was enjoying some time with Snoot. I was enjoying. After I kind of I did a bit of a rest. So like I mean I had myself a little bit of a sleep. Um, got to see some other folks as well. Some folks that are really cool. It's like there's a ton of really folks. There's some folks that came back from their holidays, and there's a few other folks that are just around that are fantastic. I get to enjoy their company for a short time before I decide that, okay, now let's go and get a little bit of progress done. And we'll do so, and then hopefully Emma and I will finish the long dark here today at some point. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, Emma needs to rest more because of sickness. But Emma's been feeling better. So fingers crossed that that's the way where it goes. It continues. It's difficult though with season change and all that, right? Pollen and whatnot. Emma has allergies. We'll see. It's one of those things that's kind of it's gradual. But yeah, we'll enjoy some Zomboid today. I may start alternating between Zomboid and Rimworld at the moment, just so I don't lose my place in the playthrough. Because I don't want to, like, what happens when you leave a playthrough for like a week and then come back, you'll be like, okay, well, what on earth was I doing? I don't remember. And everything looks terrible and or different. Sometimes you can roll back into it real easy, but sometimes jumping directly back in ends up just getting that colony ruined. Because I lack the knowledge of what I was previously doing, right? So it's like flow is broken on it. Sometimes that's good though. Sometimes it's good to break flow in that way because sometimes the flow is inefficient and it's bad. But it depends. Certainly does depend. There's a couple other games though that recently that I was looking at that I really want to play, but I don't know if it's gonna be something I should do. Um, because their UIs are a bit they're fun to play for like when you're by yourself kind of, but outside of the actual battles, for example, in Mountain Blade, so this is one example. Mountain Blade can be kind of like a lot of text on the screen, but some folks really like that. I don't know. It's one of those things. It depends, right? We'll play it by ear, deciding based on maybe one day I'll just do it for variety's sake, because it's a super fun title, and I really like the Mountain Blade series. All right, we should be able to take this stuff over there and drop it off. Once again, remember, I've got to move that chair outside because I can't have it in there unless I decide to make a really big room that I can sleep in. No more closet sleeping, so not allowed. Banned. I don't know what is wrong with claustrophobia is supposed to trigger on rooms that are like bathroom sized rooms as later on in the apocalypse. That's generally what happened in the old way. So in build 41, it would trigger on bathrooms. And when you fast forwarded, it would cause claustrophobia to go away. Now, it's the opposite. If you're in a room, and even if it's a room that's fine for claustrophobia, if you hit fast forward, it'll take you to tier 4 panic, which is weird. But yeah, so we'll wobble our way all the way over to our little shack. We can sleep beside it though. It's not like it's that cold out that we can't. The shack was initially invented in that side so that I could stay warm, so that we could go inside and it counts as an indoor area, and that's what I'm using it for primarily. I don't really care as much about the sleeping portion of it. Although the sleeping portion of it is nice as a bonus so that I don't have to worry about Right, once again, that's off the table now. No more. Hi Liz, how goes? Are you having a good day? Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. You see the rat race? Have you played the rat race, by the way, Liz? I know that you play variety and that you do lots of other stuff, but have you tried rat race? If you haven't, you should give it a go. I know you like sort of fun settings for Zomboid. Don't feel any pressure to do it, of course, but like if you want to give it a try, it's for everybody. It's been nearly a week since your operation. Okay, so then you're doing much better then? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. You haven't, but you want to get back into Zomboid. Okay. Well, here, I know that it's yet another Discord, and that can be kind of annoying for some folks, but if you want to see the Discord stuff, feel free. So this is the Rat Race Discord, so that folks can kind of enjoy. I have my own Discord that's separate, of course, but that one's for Rat Race. Okay. Yeah, me too. That's why I always say, if I know, I understand if folks that don't want to join another Discord. But so what you could do is you could join the Discord briefly to get the config file and stuff, like so, and to check out the rules and all that other stuff, and then you can leave the Discord. But it is useful if you're going to stream the rat race to be able to have the Discord, because then other people in the rat race can come check out your perspective. As well as it's part of the rules if you want the prize, which is one of those things that, well, obviously, the prize is like it takes a really long time to get, and I don't think it's feasible at this time. But that doesn't mean we're not gonna try. But that's that's separate, obviously. Those for that. But if you wanted me to like DM you the stuff, I could do it as well. I don't mind. You just let me know what you feel is most comfortable. But you want to do more PZ? That's fair. PZ is a fantastic game. It's super fun. I like PZ. It's been rough. Yeah, it's rough to learn, but I feel like Build 42 is easier than Build 41 overall. I know that it's like at first it seems tougher, but that quickly fades, and you realize that there's a lot of things in Build 42 that make it a lot lighter than Build 41 and better in ways. Like, for example, the muscle strain mechanic is an interesting but difficult thing to get used to, but once you kind of understand how it works, it no longer is that hampering. You just need to be a lot more careful in your early to mid game. And then finally, like, uh, the other thing is that in build 41, if you got exerted, like the tired Moodle, all the way to the max, you actually could not gain back stamina. That's no longer the case. In build 42, when you're at the maximum level of tired, you actually still gain, you can back your exertion. Now, I don't know if that's a bug or if that's an intended mechanic, but just that alone makes Build 42's combat easier than Build 41 because you can get back something that is very, very valuable. You know, stamina is huge, and one of the biggest killers in the game is maxing out your fatigue, maxing out your exertion, and being stuck with that 3 or 4 zombies behind you. Yeah. So, all in all, it is easier on the whole than Build 41. Okay, this can't be in here. Yeah, combat is easier. Chili muscle strain's not all that when you understand how it works. It's not. It really isn't. When you understand the formula, it becomes, oh, muscle strain? Even if you play on high levels of muscle strain. Because remember, my previous playthroughs, I've done ×2, ×3, and ×5 muscle strain. So, and I can tell you that even with those levels of muscle strain, it's manageable after a certain point. It becomes like it's not great, but it does become manageable. And I did 0 to hero on all of those. Did I did start playing Zomboid to do maths. Yeah, well it's the thing, right? It is all maths. It is all maths. Oh, you didn't. Oh no. You did start playing Zomboid to do maths and spreadsheets and Excel and yeah. No, no, it's Chili got Zomboid so that he could bonk zombies on the head. Bonk. And then loot stuff. Enjoy your lurk, by the way, Prodigy. But yes, so there you go. Hopefully that it's not that bad. I don't find anyways. Of course, my bias grows from a perspective of I suppose. Does more intense math. Exactly. Because you got to be able to count all the zombies. It's not just a one, two, three. Because you got to take into account the probability of zombies that are not around. You see, it's all math. All of it. Likelihood of them flanking you. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it's very simply not all that. You're terrible at math. It definitely is one of those things that can be good and it can be bad. But I like that part about Zomboid for sure. That even if you're not into that kind of stuff, like you don't really, let's say you don't really like doing that kind of stuff, like the min-maxy stuff, you don't have to overthink anything. Really, that it's not that complicated. You know, strength, weapon skill, that's it. And you're gonna level those up anyways, because they're like 90, not 90%, but they're like 70% of the game is combat. I'd say 70% of the game is defense, combat, security, positional fighting, and then there's like a split on the remaining 30% between looting, farming, base building. But the combat's like super duper simple too. It's like, it's super simple combat. Complicated when you look at it from like each weapon and all of the different variables that are going into everything, the Moodle interaction, all of that stuff. It's all complicated, really, if you want to make it complicated, but it doesn't have to be. You can just take it as simply as bonk zombie. But it can also be like, bonk zombie with this setted weight weapon, and because it's this weight, it applies this much to your exertion, this much to your muscle strain, and causes, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's you can take it deeper. Is there any updates on multiplayer? No, they're not going to do that. The PZ devs are they the second they start talking about it, then the people are gonna be like on them, right? So like that it's better they don't. They just leave it as is and just in the not even in the realm, right? In combat, don't you mean run away? Ah, but that's part of combat. So running away is part of combat. It's called a tactical retreat. It's to the ability to fight another day. Hello. But yeah, they won't tell us when multiplayer is coming out. Not until it's like a lot closer. They don't even have a working variant of build 42 stable yet. So like we're on still on build 42 unstable. So and we will be for quite some time. But once they get to a point where they're feeling like it's comfortable, everything's flowing right, things are not not too jank. Which I mean, it's not so jank at the moment, but there's still some game breaking bugs, and there's still some game bricking bugs. You know, completely ruining saves. So until those sorts of things are ironed out, it definitely needs time. Yeah, that's what I mean by Zomboid is mostly combat. Maybe 70%'s a little bit excessive. Maybe it's closer to like 60 or 50%, but it's definitely a high percentage of the gameplay. It doesn't need to be, of course. You can always go into the settings and tweak those values, and thus, therefore, if you want to do just a base building playthrough, you can have that set up because it's a sandbox at the end of the day. You do what you want. Can I convince you to not do that? Alright, my arm hurts. Back off. Patience. Are there any mods for Build 42? Tons. There's tons of mods for this game. That's the thing, is the modders never stop, you know? They'll always keep kind of going. And actually, Build 42 has some fairly good framework from what I've heard from some modders. I'm sure that there's a handful of modders that don't like it, but you know, there are, that's what I've heard anyways. But definitely, sorry if I'm a little bit late to that question. But yeah, definitely look into it. Unfortunately, my frog cat is not back yet. That mod is not ready, and nor, you know, because unfortunately the mod creator behind craftable headgear is busy. So busy with life and is not able to update their mod, but that's okay. Honestly, I hope that they're having a good time with what they're up to. No? Oh no, it's okay. They're a good person, and they'll get to it eventually, and or I don't know. It'll be one of those kinds of we'll see kind of moments, you know? Yeah, sometimes life it's difficult, right? It gets busy and you can't make time for some things. It's how that's how it goes. Nothing wrong with that. It's just how it is. Okay, goodbye. Well, I will wait and see. I need to back off anyways for a moment, get some rest in. Go grab some food, have a snack. Yeah, actually. One songs. Get down to regular cold if I had to guess it. Not bad, not bad at all. Weesh. See? Nope. Go to you. Actually, can I equip it on my back? Yes. Alright, I think we're good. Let's go. Return. Another round. We're gonna take the Spiffos, that's the plan. At least for now, like we're gonna take over the area. Just need to keep at it. And hopefully we'll be able to finish off most of this area and then we can start sieging towards either McCoy or we can start sieging towards Dixie, whichever one I think is more dangerous. Dixie is definitely more dangerous overall, like total, but and would probably offer quite a lot of resources. That said, McCoy offers advanced crafting stations, so that means, in essence, better weapons because my character's got blacksmith knowledge. So all we would need is to hope that we get some of the tools we need at McCoy. And if we do, then that's great. If not, then I can kind of make do and force those things to be created. Um, and then from there, we can have advanced weapons like, crowbars. do. You're funny. Yes. We'll see. Seems like there's only 2 over here, but I know that's not the case. My game just stuttered just now. Hub's on the way. Hello. Hello. What's the mod that tells you when you're done resting? I don't remember what it's called. It's like, actually here. It's a mod that Twist set up. It's called Resting Status Prompt Build 42. I don't really need it though. But it's nice to have to get up exactly when you're rested. But that said, I look at the clock and I can kind of just know when I'm rested generally based on my exertion level and fitness. So it doesn't, like, I don't need it as extra. But it's nice to have. And I know a lot of other folks really like it, so. Enjoy your sleep, Liz. It's just like this mod. I don't really need this mod or, the root OSRS. You don't really need them. They're just nice, right? Nice little display things. It's good to form good habits as well anyways. So. You're gonna take your medication? Alright. See you in a bit. I thought that sleep was your medication. But it's okay. You meant like important medicinal things. Hello. Alright, let's head back. Get a nap in real quick. No, no, there. Okay, nap time. Try forward a smidgen. Three more of these. So I'll carry that one, but obviously I can't carry this extra one. I want to carry the axes if I can. Okay. Okay, let's go looking for berries for a bit, and then once we're done finding our breakfast, we'll head over to the area. and continue. We should be on, like, point to clear out the entirety of Crossroads soon. I'll see how many zombies there actually are on the Crossroads. At least for now. There will be more. We can expect Dixie to come up. We can expect West Point to come down. We can expect quite a lot of stuff. Hi again. Hopefully you're having a good day, Liz. You playing anything new? Or are you just kind of getting back thanks to the operation? Like you're just kind of getting back into things? Hopefully it is. It's good. I have a mitt full of operations in my life, and sometimes it sucks because you get stuck out of games for so long. Thankfully, though, there is content to enjoy, and when you're not in pain and or, depending, like, the kind of operation it is. Because sometimes it's awful. There's some that, really not pleasant. Nothing to do but to just wait and get through it sometimes. I have a medium tolerance to pain. It's not high, but it's definitely higher than Emma's tolerance to pain. Emma just can't. Emma is like super, super sensitive. But I'm not the kind like I knew a couple of people who were hardened to pain. Like they almost couldn't feel it. It was those folks are that's dangerous to a degree though, because those folks can get hurt and not realize it. I can get hurt and not realize it. I think everybody can, but it's like those kinds of folks. It'd be very scary. Yeah, I'm happy for Liz. This operations can be kind of like difficult. I'm happy it went well, and it was smooth. Ah, this is gonna break here soon. Oh, huge surprise though. Yeah, I don't want to disclose too much unless you're in one of those things. It's personal, kind of. It's not mine to talk about. But no pressure always, okay? Never any pressure to talk about things. I'm glad. Emma's had some similar operations in the past to help with, well, different things that were causing her discomfort. It's always scary going into that kind of stuff, especially when you have an aversion to those kinds of things. Emma really, really doesn't like going in for operations. But on the unfortunate side, some folks are more sort of stuck with going into operations. It's either that or they would have to deal. Um, I don't want to say deal with because that's not the right wording, but like it's essentially stuck in an uncomfortable situation. Like I'm glad that we're getting better with science and stuff like that so that people don't have to feel that anymore in that way. Like if you can't see clearly or if you can't smell clearly or something like that, the people are being able to like have that repaired in a way. And hopefully within time we'll actually be able to isolate things that are causing those things to start and be able to basically just nullify it, no surgeries involved. Like pre like within genetics and all of that stuff be able to just be like, yeah, see this one here and that one there, they're going to cause diseases, so we can just like clip that here and then no disease. I would absolutely love it if science reached it to the point where disease was just alleviated and they could kind of just focus on other things. And not just disease, but like generally those things that would cause impairments. Because we all have something like that, sort of. Whether it be poor vision or varying degrees of other things. It would be nice if we reach that point where everybody can just be okay. No more. We made it to the center of the crossroads while there's an alarm going off in that bag. You're much better than you thought. I'm glad then. That's awesome. That means that you're gonna be able to enjoy things for a while that you hadn't thought you like. It's like smelling flowers for the first time, kind of thing, right? Sometimes people won't like the smell of the flowers, but it varies. Hello, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna quickly grab the bag so that I can throw it over there. Yeah, it can depend on the flower. There's some flowers that are intentionally like that. It's to keep so sunflowers are like that because they're trying to avoid getting eaten before they're able to produce their pollen and produce their seeds. So they will emit a foul smelling odor to deter predators. Or well, yeah. So herbivores won't eat them. There's a couple of those flowers that exist that are really good in teas. I don't remember them right this second though. I just remember them being oddly smelling, but the tea being really good. That's the thing. So I've been looking into school stuff, like so more post-secondary that I can acquire, right? So that I can have a backup to my backup plan, in the event that, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be the paperwork will go through okay, and that, but just in case, I want to have an extra plan in place that guarantees that I'm gonna be able to go over to Sweden, regardless of if I can acquire things through standard method, or but I would go through the educational method instead. There's three things I'm looking at right now. The first one was getting more business, because you can always kind of expand on business horizons. I could do that. I was looking into biology and zoology because I figured I'd have a look into those and see. And then finally, I was looking into uh, becoming a master of tea. Just like, because that's all, I'm already like doing that stuff. So it would just be two birds, one stone kind of thing. I'm already mixing, already doing all these different things. I have a very intricate tea setup, and I'd be curious if to see how that goes, kind of thing. I wonder how far in am I already? Like maybe one of those things, right? Like maybe it'll be one of those things where I show up and I'm like, yeah, I know all this stuff. You know what I mean? So I was looking to be into that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It's strange. I never ever thought to be like so like like how there's alcohol like testers and folks like that, right? That make sure that the quality is up. And I've been thinking that maybe I could totally do something like that with tea related, and then I could utilize my business knowledge to open a business, kind of like a tea shop or something. That, or I could, you know, we could go and explore the world as not a critic, but th- essentially in the same in that stuff. It would be a lot of traveling, but it would be I'd love it. I'd love the different flavors and the different that's one of my favorite parts of tea is just the different it's a lifestyle. It really is. Okay, let's try and take just a little bit because I can't fight very many right now. There we go. We got 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, it's definitely something that I'm looking forward to. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. If you're good enough, then plus it's to get a starred recommendation from some certain folks is really good. And I'm not saying like influencer or anything like that. I'm just saying like somebody who's certified for quality, right? Because I don't believe any of that stuff should be free or anything like that. If somebody works for something, they deserve to be paid for it. But that said, it would be an awesome, an awesome job. Because you get to try so many different things. Specifically for me. But yeah, I'm setting up several backup plans in the event that things don't go as I expect them to. Because I don't like to be caught off guard like that. It's important to me to make sure that we're okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head back because we are hungry and we are tired. Yeah, I do really hope that all things go smoothly. I'll get to find out in August, September, I think. I think that it's gonna take that long anyways. It's governments we're talking about. They're busy, they've got lots of paperwork and lots of other people and millions of people to deal with. Like it's gonna be, but we'll see. And then from there, hello. Hopefully you're having a good one. I don't mind the retail aspects of it, but it would be all about the tea for me. So, because people have brought it up before that I could totally do like a tea shop or something like that. It would be all about the tea and really quality, like making a quality tea. Because there's some places it's never really about it's not about the quantity, you know? It's about the quality. Instead of cats. Oh yeah, so like you're thinking like cat cafe? That would be cool. I wouldn't want to do that though just because people who are allergic, right? I want to make sure that it's accessible to all. But frogs. I mean that would be tempting. Frog cafe. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you around. More than likely, you'll probably do streaming today, right? Hopefully. If you're feeling up to it. Don't push yourself, though. You know. But hopefully. If you guys aren't following Liz, you should follow Liz. Liz does a bunch of variety stuff, usually with a bunch of friends. Mm-hmm. You don't think anyone's allergic to amphibians? So just don't lick them? I mean, yeah. I mean, kind of. I don't know. You'd figure there would be a handful of frogs that have some kind of proximity kind of thing, right? Where they're like... But I suppose just don't smell them. Look at them. Look at them be cute. I suppose though there's some folks that don't think frogs are cute. You know? The folks that are wrong. It's okay that they're wrong, though. Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, I'd be worried about that a little bit as well. Or people wanting to you know, tap on the glass and bother them. The whole idea would be that I would have it would be super expensive in my mind to do that kind of thing because I would have like bulletproof or ballistic glass. Basically, that's like if I were to win some kind of ridiculous sum of money that is far greater than I would ever be able to spend, I would do something like that maybe. Maybe. Yeah, tapping on the glass is in truth though. So not only that, but I would probably want to be like like put up signs that say don't tap on the glass. Mm, want to keep foraging, but also we're tired. I guess I'll forage this away. Forage for stones. Or trash? It doesn't matter. Trash or stones. Because trash gives us the skulls. The skulls sometimes give us the ability to make the warhead war axes. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't drop antlers. Because they're a wall decoration. Yeah, fish tanks, rare fish. Good. That's good. Really, game. Every day we're smithing. The game always teases me like that. Yeah, you see that yesterday? What happened? One of my characters on RimWorld got an infection, as you do in RimWorld, right? So I had to chop off one of their limbs, which sucked, right? And then right after that, Cassie decides, like, you know what would be funny? If I sent you the anti-infection medication. So that's what she did. She cargo potted me. Yeah, what is it? It's like penicillin or something. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah. So I received that after I chopped off somebody's arm because it was infected. Thanks, Cassie. She's mean. I think she's actually mean. Like Randy. Randy is an is like your you know that one friend that's in the group sometimes that takes things a little bit too far. Yeah, that's Randy. Sometimes that friend doesn't have any energy, right? Sometimes they're really tired, so they don't do anything for a very long time. But then sometimes they take things a little far. That's Randy. Cassie's that one friend that is like Bree. Cheese pun. Hi, Buzz. Thank you very much for the subscription. Uh, it's crazy. 8 months. Uh, enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. Hopefully you're having a good time. How goes your rat racing? As well as I seen Buzz recently was well doing two things. Buzz was doing the Martha Ziegler rerun, which is fantastic. It's awesome. I really liked Martha. She got robbed. She got robbed by some unfair things. But that said, Buzz has also been doing a little bit of Schedule 1 and rat racing. It's just been interesting. Hopefully your rat race is going good. I'm good. I'm doing mostly good. I got a busy day yesterday because I did a little bit of Zomboid, a little bit of RimWorld, and then I was celebrating Snoot's birthday. But yes, I need to shout you out because you're awesome. Just today's been good so far though. And I'm doing good mostly. Like there's certain things that are I'm trying to lean towards and focus on. I'm looking to more educational stuff as well as a backup just in case my because I've been getting nervous about my paperwork to Sweden not going through and not being approved. So I'm like, okay, well, what happens if that happens? Well, then I need a backup plan. So I'm looking to education for a backup plan. So fingers crossed that the paperwork just goes through and I don't have to make that plan. But at the same time, having it ready and in place, and then all I have to do is roll it out is easier for me. So it's essentially it's my second backup plan. The other one is working, which I can already do working. Working's not hard. I don't care if I have to work at like I don't know, as like a everybody says janitor is a low level position, but actually sometimes janitors do need a little bit of education. So like I don't know, like a fast food restaurant if I have to. I don't care. What it takes to be with Emma. That said, those things are on my mind and causing me a little bit of anxious ishness. But outside of that, I'm good. And I hope you're good too. I do appreciate that. Oh, this is another thing that's going to be happening soon. We'll have the new Oblivion is I might play that cuz I loved Oblivion. That game is awesome and they're doing a remaster. I don't know if it's out already, but just to hear stop. You have violated the law. All because I knocked over a basket. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. If it does, let me know cuz I'm keen. I love that game. It was so fun. Oblivion was one of the RPGs that I put a few hundred hours in. I even got Emma to play it. Emma played it for a little while. I got Emma, like we were going through some of the quest lines. It can get very janky though, because Oblivion, right? We're cold. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, it's gonna have mods. Like 100, 1,000%. Regular Oblivion has mods. Because people are funny. They like to have their game customized to certain ways. Oblivion was also one of the games that got roasted really hard because they released a DLC, horse armor. If you look up the horse armor DLC, oh, it was funny when they did that. Uh, it just goes to show you, come on, Bethesda. Like, really? People didn't like that. Because, like, yeah, it's essentially like they were trying to unbox the aggressive monetization strategies, and it was pretty bad. Not to state that they didn't succeed in some ways, but it's just it's not a good that particular sort of arrangement is one of the things that, yeah. I think that they'll joke with it though. I hope. I really hope that they're jovial with it. You know what I mean? Like that they release that they do release it for like $1 or something, and they're like, "Look, it's the Horse Armor DLC 2.0." And just as a joke. And then they give it to everyone free. That would be so funny. I'd love that. People blame it for starting microtransactions. It wasn't the only, because companies have been thinking about that stuff for ages, and microtransactions existed outside of gaming for a long time. Think about it. There's all sorts of fees and bonuses and little transactions that exist on things that have always existed, sort of, or not always, but it's just like, for example, if the carriage driver said, "Hey, there's a delivery fee. You gotta pay a little more." Oh, okay, didn't realize. Somebody would pay, right? And thus, that's how that sort of mentality grew. You know, like not just with that, but like that's just one example of people taking advantage of other people, and that exists throughout history. And there will always be new forms of it. Well, yeah. So we'll see. I don't know if it was leaked on a poster. I just know that I've seen some of the clips like that have been leaked by. I'm pretty sure some devs oopsed it, is what I've heard. I hope that those devs aren't like getting like in too much trouble, like that they didn't get fired over it. But yeah, from what I understand, some devs leaked it by accident. But I don't like I said, I don't know for sure. Like, but it was pretty much ready. That's a shit. They shouldn't. People found images on a website. I think that those images were originated from the dev, though. That they kind of oopsed, and that's where those images came from. Once again, I don't know for sure if that's the case, but that's what I've heard. So, once again, don't know for sure. So, could be wrong. But I am super, super duper stoked. Because even if I don't decide not to play that on stream, I'm going to play it a lot for a little while at the very least. Just to, soak in some nostalgia. Even if it's just with a new coat of paint. That's good. The only thing that kept me away from the RuneScape game as well is the fact that it's on Epic. I don't really want to participate in that. I know you can play it offline, but I wouldn't want to just play it offline. I'd want to play it with some friends. So I'm gonna wait and see if they decide to kind of change that in some way. I did play a little bit of the original RuneScape. Quite a bit of it. It was fun. Too many. Back off. Or maybe not. See, these aren't the same as the hand axe I was using earlier, though, so I don't want to push it.
Hey!
Fun fact about the shout is that on these particular settings, it actually, most of the loaded area, if not all of the loaded area, is covered by your single shout. So it's interesting to learn. A large percentage of the loaded area is really loud. That's on these settings, remember, so with pinpoint hearing. That said, on this, yeah, when he shouts, yeah, the duffel bag's still in his hand. Yeah. Okay, let's nick a handful of you. So we got 2 coming up on the sides, and let's get like through. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm gonna get them over here. Cinnamon, would you tell me if they brought out female dwarves in Deep Rock Galactic? If that ever becomes a thing. They said they never will? Aww. But they could take, like, they could take so many good, like, paths with that strategy. I'm sad that they won't. And they said no? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well, it is one of the things, like, I mean, some devs have this particular vision of the game, their game, right? So, perhaps that's it, right? Yeah, I'm less inclined to enjoy it as well, but... I mean, I don't mind it. Especially if there's, like, backstory and stuff, and all the characters have their own little backstories, which is kind of cool, but... Just one of those things where they could have, like, because, I don't know, female dwarves are very... Like, if you've ever seen, like, female dwarves in, like movies and comics, and they're very... Well, they're equally strong, right? Like, they're very... Some of the best blacksmiths, which is cool. So it seems like a missed opportunity, in my opinion. I'm surprised they said they wouldn't. But I suppose that leaves it to modders, right? Because that game has heavily got lots of modders involvement as well. What some of my favorite mods in that game changed some of the game music to Zelda music for certain levels, but also there's the ones that like take the particle effects away, because I find that the particle effects are very disorienting. So like the extra little particles that are in the air, they're cool, sort of, but I get lost. No. They've been updating it gradually, though, so I'm a little surprised that they don't want to kind of evolve it more. Because they could totally put in, like, you know, they could do dwarves, both styles, right? And then they could do elves. Like, you could have, like, elves in the game, too, kind of. Or, you know, other, like, maybe elves could be an enemy. Like, the alternative miners or something, you know? I don't know. But I suppose it's one of those things where, I don't know. They have their own vision for their game too, right? Too many. I need some of them to reset. That's fair. You wouldn't want them to be working on a game that they don't want to be working on, right? Because it just doesn't... It's not appealing, right? Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. You get to see me on a game that I actually understand what's going on. Well, that's not to say that I don't on RimWorld, but it's less so. I know a lot about Zomboid, though. Lots and lots. Not everything, but quite a lot of things. But I had fun playing RimWorld, and I will play RimWorld. I might alternate. On and jump onto RimWorld as like an alternative thing, like for now, just so I don't lose my place in my current playthrough, right? Because I wanna win. I wanna beat the Cannibal Tribe start. Yeah, it'd be fun to win in that way. And then I think I'm like I said before, I'm supposed to go for the Arco Nexus. Is what I think is what is. I don't know anything outside of the words Arco Nexus. I know that it's like a new game plus, but I don't know what that means. And nor do I know how to get there. I was trying to get the cube though last time. There's a cube that is part of the ideology. So I'm gonna try and grab that. Oh no, the cube. It's one of the relics. It says the blood cube relic. There's apparently several relics that you gotta collect, I guess, or something. I don't know. Figure having them strengthens your ideology, right? So there's like there was a cube. There's like a bow, I think. And then I don't remember what the other thing is. But yeah, we'll try and get the cube. Because apparently, like, I've got a quest for it. Is it not the cube from Anomaly? No, I don't have the Anomaly DLC downloaded. Sorry, I have it downloaded, but it's not active. Yeah, it's I don't have, I only have Ideology, Core, and Royalty active currently. Because I knew if I activated Biotech that I would be tempted into the robots, and I like them. Like, I like them a lot. I really am looking forward to doing a Biotech playthrough at some point. Like, it'd be cool. Because I've never fought all those machines. I think I beat the first one, or maybe I didn't beat the first one. I don't really remember. Okay, so we'll grab these two. We'll rest. Cube from Anomalies is hardcore. Yeah, it's not from Anomaly. It's I don't have Anomaly active. Yeah, I like that one. When I played it, because I did play an Ice Sheet playthrough um with the biotech start, so Mechanitor or whatever, can't remember. Um, and I survived for a little while. It was fun. Living in my little ice hut. Raiders would come in and then they'd die to hypothermia. Also, no vendors? Ah, that's no, there were people that came and traded with me. I don't know how they got to me though. Because why on earth would you want to trade with somebody who's up in the frozen north? Like that? Yay, it's a Roy Peanut Butter Cup. You have the base game, but it's a steep learning curve. Which for RimWorld, it can be. There's certain aspects of RimWorld that are fairly like I don't want to say they're obvious, but they're like they make sense. You know, like the flak vest being good for your characters to keep their chests from getting like shot and stuff. You know, wearing helmets as often as you can, like different kinds of helmets, um, to keep characters from getting injured. Um, Devil's Strand being really, really tough is good as well. Making clothes out of it. But yeah. Oh, you have PZ2, but you're scared? Oh, it's okay. You can play on lower settings. Yeah, exactly. And then just sort of, you'll gradually allocate. And over time, you'll be able to raise the settings. And or if you feel like you're up for it, jump in the deep end. Because it's not so scary. If especially if you treat it like a Super Mario or something like that, where if you die, like I mean, it's okay. Like you can learn from the death, and you're like you don't have to always play PZ permadeath. You can play PZ like a harder version of like a or kind of like a 7 Days to Die or a Minecraft in that way, where if you die, you can run and get your stuff. Sure, you could lose your stats, but you know, that's okay. There are ways to, you can get mods that allow you to get your stats back, or alternatively, you could just, try your best not to die. And if you do, well, I mean, you got to stats grind again. Yeah, you played on Builder for 600 hours, and now you're playing the Rat Race. The Rat Race is a good time. I really feel like the settings are fairly difficult, but there's certain parts of the settings that are that people don't like, and understandably, because well, it's not meant to be a it's meant to be a challenge mode. It's not meant those settings are not meant to be liked. They're meant to be annoying in every which way they can be, right? It's not meant to be fun in that sense, but it is fun because it's challenging. It's meant to be that difficult sort of, because it's not even just about the difficulty in the, like, because some of the settings are not hard. It's just they're time consuming and tedious, and as a result they're hard. Yeah, it's definitely, it's a different way to play, and that's the big thing, right? I need weapons. I can use you, but I kind of want to keep one axe here just in case. Let's go to sleep. We actually might get up to tier 3 cold, because it's down to -20. You have a friend who'd like to? So there is technically a way to play multiplayer that's not multiplayer right now if you're interested. Um, you can actually play using the split screen co-op mode in Steam. So if you want to play with just one other friend, you can. But just to warn you though, it is a little bit, there's a little bit of jankiness with the remote play, like the remote split screen co-op. The reason being is that it's not ready for that yet, but you can do it. So if you're interested in doing the build 42, like what multiplayer might be like, it, but go in expecting it to be jank. I wish I could mail this small game hunting book to somebody because I don't need it. Why do I forge it? Forge the magazine. We've gotten so many magazines just a little bit ago. Yeah, yeah, of course. But it's good to know options, right, if they're available. It's of course the person that doesn't need it gets it. It's just like cigarettes. If you take smoker, prepare yourself to not find smokes. Unless you bring a friend with you that doesn't smoke. Because that friend will be the boon that gives you all the cigarettes. Look, I found another 10 cigarettes. Here's another 3 packs. Here you go. I swear there's some kind of hidden bonus for non-smokers. It's what it feels like. You forged a Carving 6 book? So far, one of the bigger insults of books that I've received is Maintenance 4. When I was more than, like, I only had like a little bit left to get in maintenance 8. And that's a sizable chunk of XP that I could have reduced, and I would have already been on my way to maintenance 9. The game's got a sense of humor, that's for sure. It's like when you get electrical 3 and it gives you the generator mag. The game knows what it's doing. And it's probably giggling every time. What? You hit maintenance? You hit electrical 3? Okay, quick. That next mailbox is the one where I'll put the generator mag in. What? You just set off a house alarm? Better put a katana zombie in there so that you're tempted to try and stick around. Zomboid. Just zomboid things. This game is fun. And then you hit the katana once and it breaks. There's new katana breaking mechanics that are actually really cool. So the katana has a chance to splinter in half and still be a one-handed long blade. It can break into like 3 pieces. Of course, it can't be reforged, obviously, but it's really cool. Some of it can be melted down though for other metals. It's just a drill plank, like on its own. I can. You can forge drill planks? I've only ever made them. I'm not having very much luck at the moment. Maybe it'll be more luck in the field. I am so looking forward to when they fix the debris. Because I'll power level my napping to 5, and then I will just go crazy with gathering flint, and then I won't have to worry about it anymore. Why is it so cold? Oh, because it's minus 15, 16. What is Rat Race in PZ? There's some bonus settings there, or some bonus commands there if you want to learn more. But essentially, it is a goal on very difficult settings. Like all of us are playing on the same settings, um, and to get three objectives: to kill a million zombies, make a perfect character, and to build 13 points of interest around the map. The settings are really tough. They're times 16, and pretty much every setting's been toned up in one way or another, or down, depending on your perspective, I guess. So they're more difficult. So, like, worse than insanely rare loot, pinpoint hearing, eagle eyes, long memory, you know. Zombies don't have rally groups, so they're all randomly all over the place. Stuff like that. Like just like their follow distance is 1,000. Vehicles are set to times 10 on engine loudness, so they're really loud vehicles. Meta events and helicopters have been turned off because the vehicles are so loud. Actually, sorry, there is one helicopter, so we already had it. It was ages ago. It's in the beginning and it can mess you up. Like it can really because of the follow sound distance being so long. And it has caused a lot of runs to go down. If you're curious how many runs I've put into this, a total of 7, 3 that broke away. So this is one of the breakaway runs. I'm on my third run technically, 7 total. There's some people that are still on their first run. And there's, quite a lot of other folks that are above 50 deaths at the moment. Because it is pretty tough. Even, like, if you have veteran skill level, it's not easy settings. That said, most of the time when we die, it's skill issue anyways. So we kind of can. There's some things we can learn from it, like trying not to greed too hard. That's what kind of is hurt. So mine is my last couple of no sprinters because these settings are hard enough as it is. If you want sprinters, there's actually a variant of the rat race called Doom Run that exists. Which is essentially rat race settings that is 100% sprinters. So, and that one is created by Bonds, which order is his new username in? I'm pretty sure. One second, let me check if he changed his username again. No, no, he didn't. I don't think. No, it's good. Okay. You got to keep an eye on Bonsai. He changes his name like every chance he gets. So, but Bonds is one of the best players of sprinters in the world for for Project Zomboid, right? So, as such, he created a variant on this challenge called Doom Run. So, if you're interested in doing like absolutely the hardest difficulty possible, I would recommend Doom Run. But it's Doom Run has a little bit of variance in the sense that it is not like I think exploits are allowed in Doom Run because it's a little bit harder. Not doing, only watching. Well, yeah, definitely. Bonds' stream is chaos though. Prepare to be in chaos. I mean, you hang out in RimWorld streams. You know chaos, so. But yeah, Bonds is also chaos. I would say he's an agent of chaos. Yeah, he'll pop up. That's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, he always comes up with really interesting sprinter runs. There's a lot of amazing content creators in the Project Zomboid community as well as the RimWorld community, I'm sure. And there's some overlap. So I don't know a lot of the folks in the RimWorld community, but I do know that they do pop on to Zomboid sometimes. And vice versa, obviously, because they're both brutal games in their own right. They're sandboxy survival games. They're really fun. But so the communities very frequently will overlap. Yeah, exactly. And then I'm sure you've seen quite a lot of folks because you've mentioned a few names from the RimWorld community. And then I know quite a lot of folks that primarily I know them from RimWorld, but they do play Zomboid. And when they do play Zomboid, I've seen them and enjoyed their runs, and they're very skilled individuals. Very, very skilled indeed. Like Rural's a variety caster, but he also was the original record holder of Zomboid's kill count, like the first one. The record's since been changed, like beaten, so like it's now it's way higher than it's ever been, but it's one of those things where as if somebody succeeds at Rat Race, they get the new world record for, well, sort of. They won't take the Build 41 world record because that one's locked in historically. That one is going to remain always Mr. Lamprey as first, and the other categories still get their recognition, like Royal with Cheese for his vanilla run, and Animal for his sprinter run. That historical stuff stays. So this board here, this one stays. It's that's our history. That's history of Zomboid. That said, though, Rip Ramping, we barely knew him. No, he's just doing his real life stuff. That's all. He'll probably come back to streaming at some point. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe he'll be too focused on his new career to come back to streaming. But maybe he'll come back in a few years. I don't know. We'll take it by ear though, and we'll support him. Whatever he decides is important. It's his life. He needs to live it. Plus, he put a large amount of time into Zomboid. Imagine playing one game for over 14,000 hours. Okay, and not being me, because I don't count. I'm an anomaly that has hyper focus and can do that. But don't be me, because so far Zomboid is probably going to be the third game that I put that much time into. Because I previously I've put that much time into Overwatch, and I put more than that much time into Minecraft. So that's I don't count. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that have put in easily, in the 20 to 40K range in everything that they do, right? I know that I'm pretty sure. Enjoy the hat. Yeah, no, I know he's joining. He's planning to join the military. He's been trying for a while, he said. And it's kind of his last kind of go at it. So he's really putting his all into it. So like I said, we got to be supportive, but no, don't pester him. Don't bother him. He likes to be kind of left alone. You have 40K in the Street Fighter fan size. See? Okay, let's go looking for berries, I guess, because... Is this new? When did they add this? Anybody else see this thing? Pokemon's distracting me. Look at this. When did they add these? Is this new? These tips unlock as you level up. Hover over the question mark icon to show these tips at any time. Some items are harder to identify. Your foraging skill affects what levels you can find. Looking for something special, use the foraging focus to increase. What? So this little tiny corner question mark was flashing, and as folks may be able to tell, those kinds of things bother my brain. Like they're like, why is there flashing notification in this corner? Can you deal with it? To which I can suppress that need for a while, but it eventually will overpower me, and I will look at whatever it is. That's why I'm set to D&D on Discord, and all of that is because that will suppress the notifications so that I don't have to worry about those weird little notations. They bother me. Um, but this was flashing, and now there's tips here. They're not the particularly most useful of tips, but you know, there's some that are pretty good. If it's good to learn. Like for example, this one. Chipstones can often be found on cracks and potholes. That's true. Increased chance for that. Sticks and stones can be gathered most commonly in the forest, can be found on roads. Yeah. To find items in search areas, regular travel while searching will reveal items. So this one here is just telling you that like the area that you're in can kind of drain of items. So kind of they refresh fairly quickly. I don't know if it's the same abundance meter that existed before because I haven't been able to find that abundance meter anywhere. But hi by the way. Enjoy your work. Um but yeah, avoid walking in circles. Visibility, moving through the trees risks injury. Try searching in clearings. Okay. Berries, darkness. Yeah. So light level essentially. Mushrooms are higher after it rains. Fog, snow, clouds, and rain affect your ability to find items. If you have an umbrella, it helps while searching in the rain. Is this real? An umbrella helps you while you search in the rain? Interesting. More reason to carry an umbrella, I guess. I didn't know that. Okay, so that's cool to learn. Insects can be found everywhere, but they're most commonly found at night. Okay. So if you need to fish, like search at night. Healing herbs are more common during and after rain in deep forests. A wider range of herbs can be found using the herbalist skill. More loot categories become visible when you search window tooltips at higher levels. You'll become better at spotting unlikelier objects. Wild crops can be seed bearing. They're found on farmlands. Yeah, that's one is obvious. Okay, that's it for now. But that's interesting. So this little, I don't know when they added foraging tips in, but that's neat. It did give me one piece of information that I did not know, and that is that umbrellas apparently help you during rain and I didn't know that the umbrella had any other use other than being a cosmetic item and a really bad spear. Because it used to have a like a flip noise that I didn't really like, so I didn't like using it as a weapon. That's cool though. Oh, it's because of the, where is it? I was gonna take it off, but I still can, I guess. The face mask is causing foraging to be worse, so we should take it off. We have to wear the glasses though, because the glasses are a requirement. But they do. Napkins. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to. I mean, I probably could if I picked it up and then put everything on the ground and then picked everything up afterwards. I could probably get it, but yeah, it's fine. Quickly do some exercise because we're in pain anyways. Might as well just burn through a little bit of... Because by the time we ran over there, I already knew I was going to be tired because of the temperature, because of the, like, how long it took us to find food. So there's no point in running over there right this second. And in theory, I should be able to max out all of my regularity again, so we'll be good. And then we'll have a sleep. Burp irregularity is tough. I should be able to max it out here in a moment. Go there, this can go here. Ah, we didn't get proper sleep. That sucks. This looks like rough surviving. I mean, I do what I can, you know? Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. It's proper. But one of the rulings that we had just recently is that I no longer can sleep in this little cubby. So, because my character has claustrophobia. So it doesn't make sense that my character should be able to sleep in there anyways. But, you know. Yeah, that how did the vote go? So it depend so the only other person who voted was Grim Hiker, and I was already leaning on the maybe we should say no, because it doesn't make sense if you have claustrophobia to be able to sleep in a tight space. But that's just my thoughts. Like, I mean, I was already leaning towards no, and you know, I just needed one other person to agree with me, kind of thing, and then I was like, you know what, fine, no. It would benefit me though, like to be able to do that. But it's not about that. It's about the spirit of the challenge and enjoying the, you know, the rat race itself. But that's why you can see the chairs out here, right? Experiencing too much pain to sleep. All right, you be safe. Yeah, we're in really in lots of pain, but that doesn't mean that I can't go looking for stuff. At least until the pain comes down. It'll come down really fast. The reason why it's still useful is because I can go in there to warm up. So, if I want to warm up with an interior space, I still can. That's the whole point of it, anyways. It's not being able to sleep in there was a huge bonus, but it, like, I mean, it wasn't its point, anyways. We don't have any means to make a a larger room like at the moment either, though. Oh wait, stop. What? Ew. Yeah, we got quite a lot of berries. With luck, we'll be able to sleep here in a second. Because our pain is coming down quite quickly. I know it looks like we're in a lot of pain, but you know, working out stuff is important. While I've got nothing else going on that's major. Plus, it gets rid of another in-game day a little bit faster, so I'm able to... inch ever closer to weather that's not super cold so that we can function a little better. It makes me miss my ranger outfit, is what it makes me miss. You know, the outfit that I had in Cryo Winter where I could survive minus 90 to minus 100 Celsius and I was kind of happy with it. I don't have the same resources at the moment to produce a outfit that does that. But then that nullifies the cold debuffs, but it doesn't get rid of the heat, so you still can overheat. That's the one sucky part about temperature, is that when you're playing with the temperature to a certain amount, it can just become annoying. But I mean, then that in itself is a challenge, right? Because we're getting tired faster, so you have to manage that. But, you know, fighting is fun too. It makes you restart. So on the rat race settings, it's also colder temperature, so it ends up being even worse. Which it's not the worst that I've ever played at because I play Cryo Winter, but it definitely is tough. I'm tempted to go all the way back to the house right now, just because I don't have enough weapons at the moment. Like, I mean, I can use the short blades that we have to carry on a little bit, but also our slacking, lacking. Clay. Regular rock. What I'm looking for, but okay. Broken world, broken mods. Yeah, that's what I find too, kind of, is that you kind of just have to, like, expect things to maybe be a lot worse and or better. Like, you know, if it runs, be happy. That's Be happy that it's running, because it very well might not be. Really. Just gonna eat all the berries because I don't trust them. Essentially, this is like training for carving. That's the thing is I can't pass forward time in here, right? No, no, I can. We can freak out in here for a bit. Seat me up. That's the thing is I need to actually, we need to light this and heat ourselves first before we... Much, yeah, 8 hours on there. This is going to be a very, very dangerous sleep, but I don't care. I don't have choice. There we go. Let's add 2 hours more with the forks. That should give it enough for my character to sleep. Okay, turn this way, sleep in this direction. The reason why it's dangerous is because if a bunny or a zombie decides to show up now... We slept way longer than I wanted to. Still haven't really put any time into that game. It'd be a cool game to play though, I think. Let's see. Okay, that one will break there. You play 5 years to catch up. I don't believe that. I believe that any new player that starts a game will be able to eventually achieve most of, if not a large portion of whatever they want to achieve, no matter what. I mean, sure, they wouldn't have played for those first few events, so they wouldn't get the titles from those first few events, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to progress, you know? Yeah. That's how it always is with all of those things. But the thing is I wouldn't have any context for any of that, right? It would be a new game with new experiences for me. That's the thing, right? And I've heard lots of people tell me the story of that game is really good. So they said ignore the gotcha elements and just play for the story. To which I was like, interesting. I mean, that could be a thing. Because it is a heavily gotcha game that expects you to basically use gotcha elements to speed yourself along, right? But you can avoid that stuff. There's ways to kind of just carry on, but without paying within a gotcha game, eventually you will reach a point where you hit a wall that if you don't pay, you're gonna have to pay in time, and By time, I mean an absolutely absurd amount of time. Like, the time investment would make normal game stuff feel almost impossible. That said, though, that's what I've heard is that you need or the story's good, and that if you play the story, you'll enjoy it. I remember the opening scene very, very like a little bit. Like a little bit of the opening scene was like it was like a battle, and that's it. That's, and then I remember meeting Paimon kind of because I wanted to set up the settings, so I did the first little bit of it. But if I were to ever play, I would want to start over because I don't remember any of it really. So like I basically I just booted it up because in the event that it became something that I would play, it was important to have things set right. Let's get this on the go. The story is amazing. Okay, see that's what I hear. I hear a lot of people say that the story is good, and that I should give it a go at least for that. What I can say for sure is that its soundtracks, a lot of them are very light and very. I like them. They're very. They're fun. They're fun music. It's fun music to listen to. Why'd I pull the belt out? It's made of leather. Hey, it's that garbage can. It's not much leather, but imagine this. Let's say that we're fighting 100 zombies, right? 100 zombies. And let's say only 10 of them have belts. If I take 10 belts off of, the zombies and cut them up, they each give me one leather strip. That's 10 leather strips. Equals to 5 ties that you can put onto the bone war axes, for example. Meaning that I would gain, depending on my axe level, a few hundred kills, right? So essentially, those 5 belts can equal more kills. And then you can take those numbers, and if you're a numbers person, which some of us here are, you can actually start doing like not calculations, but like kind of on your weapons versus how many kills you can get in the average duration of your weapon, and then go from there. Kind of based on your stamina, how many rotations you can do. Like it can get really interesting if you want to get into the deep of it. You totally can. There's like a lengthy like formula that you can create there, and it is fun for folks that like to do that kind of thing. Um, I don't want to bore anybody though while I get excited about math. You'll never know enough about this game. It's one of those games where you just kind of can keep learning and keep learning and keep learning. Even I'm learning stuff that's new. Like, I didn't know that the umbrella was more than a cosmetic item. Like, I figured it would keep you dry, but I had no idea it actually impacted on foraging. My arm hurts too much. I knew light levels did, though. That's something I knew. Just gonna... so they leave me alone for a bit. Because we're using a weapon we're not proficient in, and that's what's causing my pain right now. Oh my god. This is how bad using a weapon that's you're not good at is. I'm gonna try and kill these ones, but I don't know if I can do it. The reason why I didn't know if I could do it or not wasn't because I don't think I can kill them. I totally can. It's just that I don't know if this axe will last. Does sitting to rest doesn't recover faster? What do you mean? Like sitting on the ground? Yes. But I was already recovered, so there was no point in sitting down anymore. Because if I'm sitting down, then that means that I have to stand up. If you're talking about muscle strain, no. Muscle strain is a flats timer. It does, you can't affect how fast it goes down. What I mean to say is, the way that muscle strain works is it builds up. Not that so it's a number that goes up, and then over time it goes down. So what you're doing when you're building up your muscles, like when you raise your strength or when you raise your weapon skill, which increases your proficiency and how effective you're killing, it lowers the amount of muscle strain you're building up instead of so that flat number is lower. Then that's why it comes down faster. There's no way to speed up the muscle strain going down. It goes down at the same rate. It just builds up slower, that's all. I'm gonna grab that bag. But yeah. Well, now you know that it doesn't. Or at least that's currently how it works. If they may change the way the muscle strain interacts, I'm not sure, depending on what they decide, but probably won't. It interacts fairly good as it is. They said they might up it though again, like once players are a little bit more allocated, because that's one of the biggest gripes with players early on was that it was a new mechanic, and it's a new mechanic that's kind of harsh if you don't understand how it works. So as a result, a lot of people overexert themselves, muscle strain to the point where their character can't even swing their weapon, doesn't do any damage, and then they just die. So, like, you know, they lowered it a little bit to kind of give people a break, but I expect them to kick it up again at some point. So, or they may leave it where it is. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't it's not like exercise muscle strain. They're separate mechanics. They're not even they're nowhere near the same. They're called the same thing, and they're but the way that muscle regularity applies to muscle strain from working out is different than when you have strong, like when you're strong and when you're have high weapon skill. But yeah, so if you can just stand up after you're done resting, like your character's rest is rested. You don't have to stay sitting, because that rested stuff is all for exertion. It's not for muscle strain. There we go. I want to sleep, but I think it's gonna make me cold. I will try it because we're hungry as well, so it's gonna like double the cold gain. Yeah. We gotta go back to the main camp anyways because I need to refill my waters. If you want to learn more about muscle strain, if you load up debug, you can see the timers, and it's really neat. There's three timers that exist for muscle strain primarily, and then there's or sorry, three types of muscle strain, and then there's actually even more after that too. Because you have there's yellow, orange, and red muscle strain. Those are the first things, right? And then in red muscle strain, there's actually tiered variants of that as well. So the way that it works is the yellow and the orange don't do anything to your character. Your character is able to do function just normal. They have no effect. Um, it's the red one that nerfs your damage and causes pain. And then the next one is much more significant pain, as well as attack speed is affected. So that's when you build up a lot of muscle strain. But once it starts coming back down, it's it's good again. Basically, you can start swinging again as soon as you get to orange, but you shouldn't, because you're gonna build up muscle strain. So you should actually wait. And then once you get from orange to like bottom of orange, it doesn't take very long to get from that to like completely rested. Usually you can wait like a little bit afterwards. So even if we didn't have this little health panel down here and you wanted to do it via this, when you see the orange muscle strain disappear from here, you can just wait a little bit extra, like a couple of in-game like little bit of time, and then you'll be okay. You'll be good to go. Cuz it's can't remember exactly, but it's you don't have to wait long. This is huge. We should take off the mask. Okay, we're good. Go back on. The coat. Nope. Nope. Yep. One more. I literally just need one more. There. I brought the garden head with me. Why? Darn it. Bad play. It's okay. It just weighs extra and I don't need it in my inventory. What do you mean it requires a surface? The Spiffo tables don't count as a surface? But not in my establishment, apparently. You can't craft in Spiffos. They're like, nope, you can't craft here. Not allowed. You craft at home. Don't craft here. You can craft on our counters, but you cannot craft on our tables. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a bug. It just is amusing to me. That's all. I am most amused by that. You're more than welcome to craft at home. Don't craft here. Yeah, so you can't craft on Spiffo tables for some reason right now. Interesting. Are Spiffo garbage cans still absolutely the best? Yeah, they are. Even with disorganized. I love the Spiffo garbage can. They're for eating, not for crafting. Ah, very relaxing. Mm-hmm. No, we are too tired, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna leave these things here because I don't need them right now. They're dirty, necessary. Yeah, and I'm gonna head back now because being here is cool. Although maybe I'll go into Spiffos again and have a look in their kitchen because it should be open. Rotten fries. Some soap. Sponges. A Spiffo mug. Heck yeah. We're so close to being able to take that area over. Very, very close. Not quite there, though. Almost. And then inside the Spiffos, I can sleep. For sure. There is no issues with sleeping inside the Spiffos. It's huge. I could sleep in Nolan's, I think. I don't think I can sleep in their bathroom, but I definitely can sleep in their office space. We're super, super close. Can I craft in the mine? Yes. Yes, you can craft in the mine. Not in Zomboid, but in lots of other games. Ooh, I just realized I'll actually be able to... If I bring 2 bottles with me, I should be able to get some water back from Spiffo, so I won't actually need to leave. Not right away, anyways. That's good. Arm's starting to come down. Good. Not quite what I'm looking for. No, still. Too dark, I can't see. I could go in with my flashlight though, I suppose. Is there bushes nearby? There should be, right? There is no way that's the only bush in the forest. I don't know if this axe can survive another, like being chopping down another tree. I'm wondering if I should take the chance anyways. I can always make another axe, but... it's fine, let's just give it a go. Oh, it did survive it, so that's good. Good job, axe. Here we go. Please don't get too cold. Pretty please. Pretty please. Fire. I don't want to be too cold. Being cold sucks. It's like the worst. Worst, well, one of the worst debuffs in the game. Makes you tired. Turn this into a long stick. No. There's... Okay. Bunnies! Look, there's bunnies. There's like a lot of them too. Am I faster than the bunnies? No. Maybe? Arguably? 50-50. I think I'm faster than you. I'm gonna catch you. No, come back. No, 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 not in the woods. No. Yeah, we lost it by a hair. We almost had it. It was so close. I was gonna have a bunny, and it was gonna... I don't know whether I wanted to keep it as a pet or we would turn it into food, but one of the two. It was either gonna be a pet or it was gonna be food. But I'd only get to make that decision when I catch it. Bunny burgers, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Or Zomboid, the home of the meat salad. Zomboid. You're very strange. But I like you. Okay, we'll come deal with you in a moment. I need to go in here though and get some water. I run the space in my inventory for all this stuff. I need to use their... Okay, let's go over here. We'll have a bit of a rest and then we'll engage that. Because the goal is to clear this area out so that it's nice and safe so that we can actually function here. We're very close. And then actually I want to go check out the clothes store. Because maybe there's a good pair of clothes in there. Hello. Maybe. I know that they have other voice lines and stuff to say, so maybe she does say that, or maybe he's got some kind of other ones. Because, there's differing lines that exist, right? And then they just change the pitch, right? So, I mean, it's possible. No. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. But, I mean, it would be kind of nice, in my opinion. But, once again, to my knowledge, no. It's not been mentioned. I would love to have ambidextrous or left-handed as a, as a possibility. But, you know, I would pay extra points to be able to use both my hands. But that would be difficult. Also, stemming from that, you could also have a character that sucks with both. You know what I mean? Imagine clumsy but worse. Could you imagine a trait where you drop your weapon every once in a while? Just because your character just doesn't have a good grip on it? It's like, oops. A weapon goes on the ground. And you're like, well, that sucks. Nobody would take that trait, but I mean, that would leave for some interesting stories. There we go. They can't thread. No, yeah, exactly. They just can't do anything. Like, so some folks are not in the ability to do that kind of stuff. Plus, it would leave options for, to start with like a missing arm or something, stuff like that. Or it didn't make the noise. I'm wondering why it's doing that lately. It's like half making the noise, half not making the noise. There must be something going wrong with it, and or they're maybe working on something with it. What attempt is this one? Number 3 or number 4? Technically, it's 3 from breakaways. 7 total, because there were 4 runs that we've had that didn't go anywhere because, well, they died. They died on spawn. But yeah, so this would be attempt number 3, technically, based on the criteria of I made it to breakaway, where I was started to work on my character. My previous character scored 1,000. The character before that scored 26,000. So currently I'm trying to beat my own personal best of 26,000 on the challenge, and then once I beat 26,000, then we'll shoot for more. But for now, that's my goal. So it's my personal best in the challenge so far. Okay, how many zombies are on that bag now? Not many. I think I can do those 3 in and then have a look at the clothes shop to see. Apologies about the watch bag. I need to be near it right now. I know it's annoying though. So remember, we've had 2 car alarms in this area, which means we know that this van and the other one's car, they're both functional in terms of their batteries. A few of these zombies would be determined, and I knew that. But that said, most of them won't be. There we go. This isn't bad for 3 or 4. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. My previous first attempt wasn't bad either. It's just I misswinged. It's very easy to do, um, to miss like that, but especially if you're being careless, which I was. A little bit careless, and then also it was I was preempt, so I was preparing my next attacks ahead of time in my mind, so that got me killed. It's not that that's bad. It's good practice. It's just bad to go, deal with what's in front of you first. Don't autopilot. Because if you autopilot, well, you can see what happened. That's bad. But it's being able to tell that that was autopilot is important. So that I can be like, no, don't do that. We can focus at the task at hand, kill everything in the area, then you go to the next target. So I'll be reassessing that, right? And even if there's a chance that I might have missed, I should be ready to see the animation where the zombie goes to bite and be able to react, but it's still hard sometimes. Bring that with me. We'll fill these 2 water bottles. I've got 3 axes left. Should be able to kill a handful more. Do you know who's gotten the furthest? It's currently between Shivas BR and Twist on Fire. You can do an exclamation point leaderboard if you want to see that. There's like a whole listing there. But currently, the person or one of the people that was in third just died. So Curtis just died recently. And then there is also, what was it? But yeah, Shivas and Twist are the two titans that are in first and second, and they're fighting for it. So they're both about to break 200K. So that's 1/5 of the challenge, 20%, kind of. Not fully 20% though, because they need to level their skills, and then they also need to get their the 13 points of interest. If they choose not to do that stuff and they just do the million kills, I mean, that's still a great accomplishment. They're which is awesome, but the prizes are for the full thing, which I know they don't care about the prizes. Most of the first people or people in the top 10 don't aren't doing it for the prize. Come to think of it, most folks are not doing it for the prize at all. It's just more so to have fun, which is good. Like, so, but there is going to be a prize. So to make it more sort of possible. But by the time you break a million kills, you'll be pretty much at that stage where you can craft a lot of the stuff really quickly, because there's roughly about 1.5 million left on the map at the moment, based on well, a little bit more than that actually. Because if you were to like scan around, some of the cells have more, but as well as the interiors as well, but it's doable. I think. I just need to get my PB, and then well, we all need to get to our PBs. Because if I recall correctly, the old personal best for Shivas was like 600K, and for Twist it was 500K, right? So they're both, their personal bests are really really impressive, and but just a bit shy of the million, right? You've not attempted the race? Yeah, we'll give her. You can. Everybody can. There you go. There are some rules if you want to go for the prize, but if you don't want to go for the prize and you just want to do it offline, or you just want to play like the settings, go for it. Nobody's like, and we still want to see those runs. They don't get to go on the leaderboard though. That's the only it thing, right? But I still like seeing them. It's really cool. And there's a lot of people that are playing it offline. They're still, we're still appreciative of the runs and enjoying them, like cheering them on. Yeah, it's not always just about the leaderboard. But it's nice to have, right? Like, kind of to just, it's for fun. But yeah, give her, like, enjoy the settings. They are pretty fun. They are pretty tough as well. There's some settings that are a little bit that I've heard both sides of the story, by the way, for the settings. There's some people who feel like the settings are too easy in some ways. The reason being like too easy is that if you don't touch the cars at all, then there's no meta events and no helicopter. So you basically can live indefinitely. So that's what I mean by too easy. The population itself is really difficult to deal with because it's times 16 and pinpoint hearing. So that part's not easy at all. That takes veteran sort of knowledge and experience, which is, built up over time, and also built up in the challenge if you were to play it, right? Even if there's some people who are brand new playing this challenge, and they're learning a ton and having a good time. But yeah, it's interesting. If you want to have a look at just the settings, though, you can do an exclamation point settings. There's a list of mods that have been approved for the challenge. If it's not been approved, then like you can ask, or if it's not in the listing, like there's some that have been like declined. It'd be different on normal time. You mean like times one? So yeah, it'd be harder. You said you slow down the time, so you mean you do 2 hour days? So you have half the time to do things. Your exertion is exerted a lot faster. Your calorie count is burns a lot quicker. Uh, oh, you do 4 hour days, so it would be a sizable amount more difficult. Roughly times four more difficult than you're used to, because with more time gives you more time to do things. Your exertion burns slower, your hunger and thirst burn slower. So 2 hour days is so it's not exactly two times easier, but neither is 4 hour days times four easier. They're still similar. It's just the difference being is that there's a lot more day for those folks and less, like, because when they go to sleep they can speed through the night and then they get to go and play for 2 hours straight for a single day. They can rack up some ridiculously high in-game single day kill counts, but at the end of the day survival time is where usually a lot of those runs are noted, because you won't survive nearly as long because the days are longer, so you're playing for less total time. But yeah, so it makes it easier, which is not a bad thing. Like and so when I say it makes it easier, some folks maybe get it confused and think that I'm saying, "Oh, it's easy mode." No, that's not what I'm saying. Easier doesn't mean that it's like an easy mode. Zomboid in general on its base is very difficult. It's a difficult game. It's very brutal. If you die, you lose all your stats. Like it's tough. So, but I mean easier than, well, standard, like either default apocalypse or in this case rat race is what I was comparing to, right? So to give you an idea before you jump in the pool, like, I'm what's it called? I'm giving you a lens into the water so that when you jump in, you're not going to be surprised by how cold and how deep it is, because it's both cold and deep. But it's a good swim. I promise. It's fun. It's not fun for everybody, but it is fun for some folks, especially folks that take to the marathon style. If you are a marathon style Zomboid player, you will very much enjoy the sort of slow burn that is Rat Race's style, because that's what it is. It's, you have to be very careful. You have to be very, like, gradual, right, and take things slower, and because you can go in guns ablazing. There is no rule that you have to play zero to hero or anything like that. You can take whatever build you want into the rat race. So if you want to be like 10 strength, 10 fitness, like crazy, super strong, axe wielding, like, character, give her. You do whatever you think is best, and have fun. The reason why I do this style of character is because in the long run, this style of character is very strong. So I get, my early game gets hurt and takes longer. But overall, like, when I get to that stage of when I actually start killing stuff and I actually start getting to that, I have the extra points because of the extra stuff that I took. So it ends up working out better overall. You just never started? Okay, well, there you go. It's the same thing for the most part. The only difference being is that the community took it over when Lamprey stepped down because, he needed to focus on his real life. His real life was significantly more important than, you know, administering being an administrator of the rat race, as well as dealing with all that drama, people messaging him constantly. And then he's also, he wants to focus on things that matter to him. So, plus his computer blue screened and there was a lot of other issues, right? So, obviously, but yeah, so the community took it over and kept it mostly the same. We did state though that if everybody saves bricks, like everything breaks, we may take another look at the settings and either agree to tone it down or adjust them in slight ways. So, like for example, a large amount of the there's quite a few other folks that if we all were forced to restart would want to lower the cars so that they're not as noisy and make meta events and helicopters happen, which I'm okay with. I don't care either way. The only reason why I'm right now stickler for the current settings is because not complaining, just funny. Oh, yeah. Tell me, 'cause sometimes I don't know. Like it's awkward. Not much I can do about the ads. They happen on their own, and I can't really control them outside of forcing them to play. So, but yeah, I'll try to remember where my place was. Hello. Oh, no problem. I like streaming. Streaming is fun. And I have hopes of making it a profession at some point in the future, if it's possible. Um, Specifically in October is when I'm hoping to start a streaming schedule. By then I'll know if how I'm going to be approaching my theater sort of stuff. We'll see. It's one of those things it's still a lot up in the air, so I need to wait for those things to settle before I can make any rash decisions. Life-altering changes. Hey, Lardine. Oh, ads over. Okay, so I'm gonna post this now just so folks know that what their options are. But anyways, do you remember where I was? Cause like what I last said. Cause if you know, um, oh, I was talking about people wanting changes like in the settings, right? Because there are folks that have come forward and said that they want to change the settings for the rat race a little bit. And the reason why I've been stickler, as well as several of the folks have been stickler on on the current rat race settings, is because we still have people who are like, they've invested time and they deserve to keep their saves and not have worry about stuff. However, if we were to like, if let's say something an update comes through that destroys all of our saves, right? Well, then that means that we would be able to take another look at the rat race settings all together as a group and be like, okay, which settings do we want to change and or adjust? There's a lot of folks that wanted meta events and helicopters to be on more continuously, as well as to lower vehicle volume. And I'm for that a little bit. Like, I don't care one way or the other. But yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that things are kept in the spirit of the challenge and that is the most important part, right? Because it's meant to be a difficult sort of thing. And yes, some things are tedious and annoying, admittedly. And there's some stuff that, like, I find it annoying just as much as everybody else does. It doesn't increase the difficulty, it just makes it tedious. But that in itself increases the difficulty because of the tedium. Yeah, the helicopters is actually not as bad as the cars right now. I'll put it like this. The cars, by backing up, you can pull like a significant portion of the map, like a large portion of the map. Helicopters and helis can only pull like some. And they can't pull like the gargantuan like circle that the cars do. And it's partly due to a sound bug that exists in the game right now. It has to be a bug. There's no reason for sound to work that way. So I'm sure that folks have noticed in combat there is like for some reason your character will emit a like loud noise. Now maybe that's a mechanic that they're working on, but that increase in volume can apply to what seems like any sound source. And in our case, it's applying to the cars, making cars even worse than they currently are. At least that's what I'm to understand. And I could be misunderstanding how that stuff is pulling, but it's brutal. In other words, if you drive the cars right now, it's like ×2 helicopter. It's really really bad. Uh, Specifically if you get them up to speed or you go into reverse, and if, for example, you have Speed Demon, which I do, and Twist does as well, as, and being one of the bigger folks that caused himself to have to fight Rosewood, like all the zombies in Rosewood. To be honest, it's kind of efficient if you think about it. Maybe it's a bug, maybe not. I don't know. But it's caused by a stutter that happens with the game sometimes. And the stutter can be, like... It can be in combat. It's weird. It's like... I don't know what causes it, but it's like... It can be in combat. It can be if you drive over like yeah, they're not meant to be that loud. But in this they are. They're meant to be ×10, but they're not meant to be like more. I messed that up. So, I timed that almost so good. So for what I for that was so good. Okay, so what happened was is I waited for that zombie to open the door and slam the door in the zombie's face. I was waiting for it. I'm like, so it's like I don't recommend that, but because I don't know if you know, but I was like I want to do it. It's like it's like the zombie opened the door and I slammed it. I was like, well, I don't want any. Because I knew there was a zombie in the building. I just didn't know exactly which side. And then I was like, okay, so it's gonna open this door. Can they open locked doors? No. And actually, they'll struggle. They can't even turn the lock. So they're like, I mean, they'll struggle if the door is locked at all. They can open windows though, and they can open doors. So it's good. It's good way to kind of get them to let you in to a building. But that said, it's something that I should be careful of because, as you can see, there are zombies over there and there's zombies over there, right? So I don't want to get caught in this building, which is why I. Do they set off the alarms? No, not unless you have the setting where zombies set off alarms on interiors. The alarm is not actually linked to the door at all. The alarm would be linked to the building itself. If you smash a window, you open a door, go inside for a bit, and it varies. But yeah, it's linked to the whole building. The building is marked yellow in debug, and it there's only it's interesting. I don't actually think we can successfully kill. I can kill a couple more, but I don't think I can kill enough. No, I'm just gonna bail because as much as I want to do, I do want to push for the 1,000. It's like, eh, I can get it tomorrow. We also don't really have very many weapons on our person, so it's like, eh. The only weapon I really have left is this knife that I'm currently using, and I don't like using the knife right now. You can see, like, we broke everything. Everything in our inventory is broken. So I'll head to our sleeping spot, we'll have a nap, and then we'll come back and finish the rest of that group off. Hopefully we'll be able to loot the clothes store soon. Because if there's a nice jacket in there, or, you know, something really nice that can give us insulation, that would be nice. And then we can kind of move from there. My plan is to push mostly to get up there, and then we can start carting stuff over there to a degree, like all these clothes and other such things, and we can start prepping to live in the crossroads, because it's the first step towards being able to push towards the next area, which is either going to be McCoy Estates or it's going to be Dixie. If we choose McCoy Estates, then we have the ability to blacksmith. So the idea is to then push to McCoy Estates first. But the problem is that 2 car alarms did go off. So because 2 car alarms went off, I don't trust the area so much. So it we may actually want to clear Dixie first, maybe, depending. Okay. We'll keep these in our bag as backup weapons. How's our weight doing? gonna be less stuff that I have to bring back with me if I just bring the bottles. Okay. These house alarms are impressive. They continue to work after 6 months of power. So what happened is these batteries are like the watch batteries. They're really good in the houses that they're installed in. Also, it's between 0 and 5 years on these settings. And in my playthrough, like my very first one, I think it was off like within the first year. Because I never heard a single one. None. And I had looted almost the entire gated community of Riverside, as well as some of the commercial district. So if I was gonna hear a house alarm, chances are I was gonna hear it there somewhere, right? But like that first playthrough, we went through this entire side, like all of this stuff over here, like this and all these little houses, this whole gated community, and some of that as well. So it's like, and no alarm at all. So you can get lucky and be okay. But at the same time, I'm actually one of the people that likes that. So like if a house alarm goes off, I'm kind of keen. So I think the game senses that and doesn't let me have house alarms because I get excited about them. Hello. We're running back to get some weight gain on, but we're doing okay. We managed to push all the way to past the Spiffos now, so we're pushing to the clothes store at the moment. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to take the clothes store and see if there's any good clothes in there. I'm expecting nothing, actually, like zero loot, completely zero. But if there is loot there, then bonus. I think the clothes store is arguably one of the best out of the the four buildings to build in. But I may still build in the Spiffos or the gas station. I haven't fully committed to which place I want yet. I just know that the crossroads is generally one of the best areas to take if you're going to be sieging West Point or and Riverside. Or not Riverside, West Point and Muldraugh. My bad. Need those two different colored shoes? What do you mean? You mean the kids are now wearing like two shoes? Like what? They buy two pairs of shoes and switch them? Like they switch a shoe from each thing? Is that something the kids are doing nowadays? They're the same shoes but two different colors. So they buy two pairs of shoes and then they wear one of each. Or is this like kind of... Why though? I guess heterochromia, maybe, in a way? Kind of, but with shoes? It makes it's interesting for some folks. Not for me. I like things to match. But it definitely is an eye draw. I could see that. So maybe they're trying to catch people's attention. That's what I'm to understand. It's literally that's probably the reason is they want people to look. Or maybe they just like the different colors. You know, adds to the what's it called? What would that be called? Are they like clashing? Like do they clash? Because it could be like an art thing. Not that I would understand that at all, because really I wouldn't. You're too old. I understand that feeling. Me too. I got an age check yesterday when I was or no, it was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. There was so I was celebrating Snoot's birthday with Snoot, by the way. Happy birthday to Snoot. If folks aren't following Snoot, you guys should, and you should go wish Snoot a happy birthday. I think it's like that. But yeah, Snoot's great. But going into that Blockbuster and going into the like the old arcade and seeing all those old arcade games and the like it was like nostalgia everywhere. I was lost in nostalgia, like big time. It was like so much stuff, like uh good times. It's a fashion fad. I mean, fair. I think it's just meant to be like either they're trying to make some kind of like make it artistic in some way, or they I don't know. I'm not good enough with colors to make any kind of guess. Can I see the water? No. Got a lot of goth stuff. For us, it depended. Like with when I was a youth, because hip hop and stuff was getting popular. But they like it depended on where you were and who you hung out with. Like it was very much there was a lot of different styles and it's very very like interesting. It was a different time back then though as well, and a lot of things were not as they are now. And I'm appreciative for the now as opposed to the then, if that makes sense. Now is better than then for sure. Even with everybody being weird and it's fine. Let them be weird. At least they're weird and I can enjoy myself a little bit more. It's okay. Yes. It's only one, but it's all I need, I think, right? Uh oh, but how many is it really? Is it one? Is this one matchstick or is it like three? The reason why I'm excited is because I might be able to start blacksmithing. No, I can't. Never mind. Because I still don't have a metalworking punch. Ah, I was so excited. I thought maybe I could make better weapons. Nope, not able to. I can have a bowl, though, so that's kind of nice. Oh, thank goodness. It's a lot of uses. Okay, I can justify the usage of for two bowls right now, but I can't justify any more than that. Yeah, 2 hours of product to stick it up. Hairspray as well. You're sitting there listening to shh for ages. Okay. I want to wait for that to be done, so let's put you here. Oh, where is the rest of the water bottles, actually? Didn't I bring water bottles with me? I might have left them in my bag. Like the main bag? No. I might have grabbed a bag full of water bottles. I might have grabbed the wrong bag, actually, on our way out. That's funny. Oh well. There's plenty of water in the sinks at the crossroads, so I don't need to worry about water specifically. Um, let's get my stamina back and hope that the fog goes away. Oh no, but there I can see some fish right there. Let's light you. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That stuff was all cool. It was cool to listen to that stuff. Oh. Ads come and go though. So like I mean it'll stay for a little while and then it'll go. And then other people, you know, some things stay the same. But some things change and are different. For real? Like come on. I don't want to carve those into that. Oh, and I learned that this is actually useful. So I'll bring it with me. Oh, I don't have... three more. Okay. I just woke up. That sounds precious. See you in a bit. That fish is crazy. Each of these fillets weighs 9. And there's 4 of them. They encumber the tile by themselves. Almost. Try eating half and see what happens. Enough to gain weight? It was. That's funny. Time to wash. What kind of exercise do I want to do? Squats. Because our main goal right now is just to get weight up for a few days. Reclaim some of our lost weight, and then we'll be able to head back to Crossroads, and hopefully we'll be able to take it over. We'll sit on the ground for a little bit longer, do one more rotation, then grab our bag and go to bed. Yeah. Hopefully everything's good. Old dogs are they're like that. But that's good. I seen a really cool posting once that essentially was a dog's perspective on humanity, and that they see us as like elves that live for a very long time, and they're really loyal to us, and like, "Oh, this ageless, timeless being is took care of our family for generations, you know." And then it's like it was like one of the posts is like this being that seemed once ageless, that took care of multiple generations of my family, he's given my family to his own, but he's reaching the end of his life as well, and I may be his last. It's like, it's really cool. Yeah, the food provider. But it's like they see us like elves, like we don't age, that we just from their perspective, and from their time, because that was something that was just recently. I was chatting with some folks about for was about time. Time is interesting because the time is perceived is how we perceive time, right? Is in seconds, right? But those are our seconds as human beings and our processing speed. That does not account for the other entities that exist in the world and the universe and all of that. There is time for those beings as well, based on their reaction speed, their processing, and their capabilities, right? For example, the a photon, which is, it's light, there is no time for light. Light travels instantly. There is no time because, theory of relativity, right? It it's the second that it is emitted, it is here. That is how it works for the light. For us, it takes time, right? But that's our time, not the light's time. The light in its own existence, it existed and it was there instantly. But it's a cool perspective view, right? Is that it, it's neat. Kind of opened my eyes a bit to that stuff, which is cool. I like that. No, I want to sleep. I want to sleep, but I can't sleep because I'm in pain. My leg hurts. No, you're stale already. That can't be stopped either. Yeah, that's one of those things where it was always interesting for those movies where they stop time, like for the they use a remote, or somebody's moving so fast that their molecules are going faster than time, stuff like that. But if that was the case, wouldn't you be stuck in it too? Like like you, or if you are moving so fast, wouldn't it age you faster than Or would you age slower? Because how would that work? Would you age slower? Would you age faster? It's interesting. Over 1,000 of fitness XP, and we're gaining weight quite significantly. May actually just fire those other bowls just to kind of... Because I wasn't expecting to find that, so... Plus, it's not like we can do anything else with any of it, right? Eat the sadness salad. I think everybody else would age faster, but you would age slower. Well, because you're traveling at light speed, right? It's interesting. Will be interesting though once we get to that stage where we can start really thinking about that stuff. But currently, we're not smart enough. No offense, humanity, but got to raise the bar a little bit. We've not got enough on the intelligence in order to like we you know nah, we can't achieve it yet. It's potentially there. Like if it's achievable. It's just the, yeah, we're just not quite there yet. We're still too busy fighting with our sticks and our rocks over our other rocks that are shinier. One day we'll stop that though. I'd like to believe, and we'll start trying to achieve. It's not to state that there aren't people that are trying, because there's quite a lot of folks that are trying. It's just it's hard to do stuff on you know when so many things are working against you. No, time can't stop, which means that there is inherent flaw in the theory of relativity. It literally can't stop. But what if it could? What if stuff is outside of the realm of time? And that's when you can kind of move into other dimensions, because you can't conceptualize another dimension. It's not something that's easy to think about, right? It's but I don't think that time alone is the separator from our from you know from, let's say, the third dimension versus the fourth dimension. I don't think it's only time. I think there's more to it than that. Because if it was just time, then that would be much, much simpler. Almost too simple. It's too easy. Yeah, it'd be just like if, for example, something from 2 dimensions were to try and transition over to 3 dimensions, correct? I mean, it'd freak that thing out, probably. That thing would probably see stuff in our dimensions that it wouldn't be able to process, and it would be outside of its realm of understanding. So much so that they probably would be crazy. Like that, they'd be driven crazy. Has this gone off yet? No. That AI is not an AI, though. I wish it would stop being called that. But once again, let's not unbox this this topic. It is not a fun topic. Currently, I am leveling Zomboid. I'm trying to get my fitness up while we're trying to gain some weight. So after that, then we're gonna try and siege Crossroads. And like I said before, I'm gonna try and go for McCoy Estates because it's the best choice out of all of it. It annoys you when you're googling stuff. Is there no way to shut it off? Because you'd figure there is. Why don't you Google how to shut it off? Get it to tell you how to turn it off. Because it is annoying, I agree. You shouldn't be forced to have to deal with that. Although sometimes it comes up with some interesting search results, there are times where it's come up with information that is completely wrong from like a Reddit thread that's like years old. It depends, you know? It's because it's sifting information. That's what it's doing. And trying to look for what you might want. But it's not always correct. Isn't exercising counterproductive to weight gain? No. Technically, it's actually better for you because you're standing still. You don't burn calories while standing still and doing exercise, usually, unless they changed it, to which then if they did change it, it's still less than running around and fighting zombies. But at least in build 41, you actually would gain the most weight for doing exercise because you wouldn't lose any weight while you're standing there. You don't burn calories when you're standing still. And it counts as standing still. Sorry for the wall. Yeah, I could have Googled that myself later. It's fine. If I wanted to get rid of it. I don't Google stuff enough to really, like, the occasional Google search, and I look at the sources. I don't look at the actual AI thing. Because I want to know which source I'm reading from, not the AI. Sorry. Um, AI. Rotten? Yeah, figured as much. No, I don't want that on my back yet. Drop it. I keep picking this back up out of habit of wanting it on my back and not to forget it because I've had one bag disappear because I put it on the ground, exercised, and my game crashed. So I'm a little bit nervous about leaving it on the ground. Did the eggs despawn? No, I know what happened to the bag, unfortunately. So, upon the crash, what happened was I had placed the bag on the ground. Now, unfortunately, Zomboid, the way that it works is it saves your character differently than it saves the game world. The game world gets saved every, like, morning, usually, right? Morning-ish, it gets saved. Your character, however, gets saved and updated very frequently because of the stat changes. So lots and lots of character updates, right? But, so what happened was I put the bag on the ground. The game crashed. My character updated. So my character's inventory was updated. No bag, right? The game world hadn't updated and saved yet, though. Meaning that the bag was on the ground, but then it wasn't on the ground. So it deleted the bag. So it's something that can happen in a very fringe scenario. I essentially I caused it myself, so I can't be that upset about it, and I wasn't. I didn't really like. I was more miffed about the weird happenstance of it than losing the bag itself, because the bag had nothing in it. It was like writing utensils, my jacket, like it was a couple of things, right? Which those things would have been nice to have. They weren't a requirement, and I could always get more stuff, so it's not like a big deal. But it's just that turn of events happened in exactly that way, right? At least it wasn't 50 blocks of butter. I mean, to be quite honest, though, you can churn more, so it's one of those things where 50 blocks of butter is eh. All of those sorts of things I don't mind losing. I could lose my, like, almost all of the items that are around right now, and I'm still okay, because we can just forage up more. We can start again, essentially. Okay, we'll do one more day of squats. And then we'll head out back to the spot tomorrow. Having bowls though is nice because now I can gain happiness that counteracts the unhappiness Moodle caused by the dead body looting. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? You having a good day? You remember when books removed depression and unhappiness? They still do. No, they didn't remove that mechanic at all. Yeah, it is. It's really good your workout music. Like right up there with like Eye of the Tiger and all that. When it's like 30 centimeters tall, that sounds like it would take forever to eat. An eternity to eat one gummy bear. Alright, time to head back. Why did I do that? I need that out. In fairness, though, I've wanted like one of those gigantic chocolate bunnies, the ones that are like the ones that you have to like cut pieces off of to eat it, because it's like it takes that so long. I had one of those before. It was really good chocolate, but it took like months to eat it. We had it in the freezer, and we'd take little bits of it every day. It was great. Yeah, but sweet tooth, that's understandable. Some folks don't like sweet. Some folks are salty, some folks are sour, some folks like, bitter. Some folks are, um, do like sweet. And then it changes gradually. Sometimes your body just wants certain things. It's like, hey, I need this right now. You get this for me, okay? And then you gotta go get whatever that is. The most recent craving I had that was garlic. I really wanted garlic. Apparently I'm not a vampire. Which would be kind of cool to be a vampire. But I'm not one. This sounds like a cover-up story for a vampire. Could you imagine? It would be mildly inconvenient to be a vampire sometimes. Unless you were, like, able to go out in the sun. Or maybe that's a story that's been made up so that, like, so vampires can just kind of wander around and do whatever they want. All the stories are fake. None of those, like, things are true. Garlic is good though. That's definitely that's the it's not weird, but that's something I've been craving lately. Not in tea, but I mean tea is not that's not a craving. That's a way of like I just that's every day. Every day. It's a requirement. I need my tea. If I don't have my tea, the day doesn't go right. And there have been a couple of days where I had no I didn't have a tea because I was off and far away. No tea around. Those are dark days. We don't enjoy the dark days. Oh yeah, see I did leave this here. I grabbed the wrong bag on our way out. That's okay. Yeah, I have to see this in action. Because the tooltip says that it helps, but it doesn't say anywhere on here that it does. Does it? Weather effect, darkness effect, animals, like it tells me the stuff, but it doesn't say anywhere on here aside from in the tooltip that that's a thing. I gotta ask Rhett to look into this deeper. Cause why does that tooltip say that? That's gonna be my next Rhett question. So in the tooltips, for those that are curious, it says, where is it? It says that an umbrella helps when searching in the rain. So does that mean that it only helps when it's searching in the rain? Like, is there like a special umbrella activated thing during the rain? And how much is it? Is it like 5%, 10%? What is it? I want to know. What is the secret? Why is there so much stuff in my camp that's like findable? These are actually like those were actually forged stuff. It just reduces the weather effects? Okay. So it just makes it less rainy. Means you're playing zero to hero. So just get out of the zero to hero part. You just started. You just started. Yeah, it's a spear. The umbrella is a spear. It's the worst spear in the game. It makes also one of the worst sound effects. Like I can't stand it. It's one of my least favorite sounds in the whole game. It's like a flip noise that's like it does it in fairness, it is accurate. It's exactly what an umbrella would sound like if it hit zombies. It's just I don't like it. It bothers me. But it's a good sound effect, right? It really is. I can't stress that enough. It's just it's a sound effect I don't like. Personally, I don't like it. Functionally though, it's great. It works exactly and it sounds exactly right. It is right. Once again though, it's just eh. You want to hear it? I can just use the umbrella really quick and show you. Like I said, it's like a flip noise. It requires me to go find a zombie though. Or no, it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. I had to turn off the music for a second though, so that you can hear it more clearly. Because I don't care if I break that umbrella; it doesn't bother me. We'll find more, so it's not a big deal. I hate that noise. Want to hear it? That sounds like me, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. I'll turn that off because yeah. So here. And when you hit a zombie, it makes like another flip noise that's like, yep, and like it's like I said, it's a great sound. Like they did a fantastic job. It sounds exactly like it. I just don't like it. Is like personally, it's like, eh. I would never use this weapon. Never. Like I'd use it if I absolutely had to and had no other alternatives. But like outside of extreme desperation, I would find anything else. I would even use a rock. Like I would be looking for a stone, because or like are my shoes good? Can I stomp? Because yeah, eh, yeah. No, that the umbrella breaks almost immediately. It is like one of the more sensitive of the weapons because it's a spear. All the spears are weak. They're meant to be. They're meant to be high damage, weak weapons. And also they come with a added bonus of insta killing your target. Maybe. The spear it's a percentage chance to insta kill, which is really cool. But at the same time, it's I need to go grab one bowl. You don't like the sounds that the character makes? In my mind, it's just like Legend of Zelda or any of those kinds of things. Yeah, sure, some of the noises are a little bit too loud, and make that known. Let like say that you don't like it. Maybe even post it in the forums. Hey, these sound effects are too loud. Like, because the devs want to know that stuff. Fact is, I don't mind some of the noises because it's like for me when I'm playing Mario or Zelda or any of those games, when those characters are making the ha hoo or whatever noises, those ones, or when they're attacking, or they grunt and stuff, it doesn't bother me. But yeah, I do agree that for some of it, it is kind of loud. It should be turned down a smidge. It should be more like a more soft. But the reason why I think that they made it a little bit louder is because people were confusing it for zombie noises. As well as so there was a lot of people that were like, "Huh, there's a zombie around." So they wanted it to be distinct, which I can understand. But at the same time, yeah, it is a bit loud, especially for some of them. Like when they crit and stuff, and they like shout while they're attacking. Yeah, but I get the ideas that were behind it. So This is a good idea. Okay. We have 2 short bats and a wooden pool cue. It's gonna take me an hour to get out there. We're gonna be tired almost immediately. We should just forage and go to sleep. Oh, it's not whistle, it's whilst. I sat there and I reread that like 6, 7 times, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. It's whilst. I think the worst thing is playing PC whilst watching someone else in the or like having them in the background. I read that as whistle like I said 6 or 7 times. I read that it was whistle, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense, but I'm trying real hard. Because then I'm like, because I was thinking about the whistle in PZ, so I was like, I thought you were talking about the whistle, and I was like, the whistle is fairly good, but it seems kind of unnecessary on our settings. The reason being is, yes, it's slightly larger radius than your shout, but it's like, your shout's good enough, kinda, and the whistle has weight. So arguably, you want to wait until you get a whistle that goes on like a keychain or something. But the bone whistle is nice to have. Yeah, whilst. Yeah, I know. I figured it out, but it took me way longer than I'd like to admit. Like I said, I was trying to make whistle work for like ages in that sentence. I was like, whistle, but whistle. What? Whistle in the background. How is that bad in PZ? I suppose if you cause a group to show up, but I mean, if you're whistling, that means you want the zombies to show up. Get rid of those. Yeah, I agree with that. Although a lot of folks will turn their own game sounds up and or like there's ways that folks do it to make it so that it's different. Am I crafting on a cardboard box? Yeah. Cardboard box is like one of the best crafting stations ever. Not that it really would matter all that much because I can do the logs as well now. Like make the so I can wherever I'm going, that log is a crafting station. So is that rock, but like log. I can make a line of them if I want. Which reminds me, I should at some point test if the zombies can break that log. I'm pretty sure that they can, but I wonder how long it'll take them. Probably a sizable amount of time if I had to guess. You've seen people crafting on the rock? Yeah, you can craft on lots of things. Tables, but not the Spiffo diner tables. You can't craft on those for some reason. I don't think that they're registered as flat surfaces. That's all. They've been forgotten about. Thankfully, the counters in that Spiffos are fine to craft on. It's all the burger grease. No, you know what it really is? There's a secret, there's like a Spiffo hidden somewhere in the back who will come out and yell at you if you try to craft there. Totally. Why are you crafting in our establishment? And then they'll kick you out. Up your game, I agree. Spiffo does need to up all the game. You've never found a Spiffo suit? I've found the Spiffo suit. And I found the head and I found the tail. I found the whole thing. What I haven't found is I haven't found the rare Spiffo statue, nor have I found. I've only ever found two of the what's it called? Two of the pictures. There's a lot of pictures that you can find, not just picture of Kate, but there's like pictures of like Dr. Cortman and a bunch of other folks. I've only ever found, I think it was, what was it? Was it Anne? It was Anne something, or it was like Sarah. It might have been Sarah. But I found one other like picture. I think it was Sarah something. I don't remember. I'd have to go back in the footage and look. But and I found Kate. But you can find like the picture of Bob, and there's like a bunch of them. Enjoy your lurk. I'm gonna head back, and I'm gonna hope that this flint nodule gives me two. And then the heli ruined it. That sounds like the punchline to like most PZ, like. And then the heli came. I'm gonna speed up time a little bit in here. It's warm, so the cubby looks cool. It's nice, but and I slept in there for a couple of days, but we ruled that that sleeping in there is not fair for claustrophobia. So no more, not allowed. Banned strategy. But that's okay. It still works for what I wanted it to work for anyways. Have a good one. Oh my god, look how many large stones. Is it set to stones? No, it's set to berries. That's 20 stones right there, back to back. Okay, time to go. So with luck, we'll be inside the clothing store here so soon. Because all this prep was just to be able to continue. We're already almost into February. Which means only one more month of winter. Thank you very much for the subscription. We very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes, as well as increase in channel currency. And my appreciation, of course. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you're having a good day. Aw, they're broken. You learned a lot from me. I'm appreciative. Yeah. If you have ever any English, sorry, English is hard. If you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. It's fine, and I'll do the best I can, unless it's like really personal, and to which then I may say that it's too personal. But you'll always get some form of an answer. Best I'm capable. Beer shock? Oh. Yeah, that I was like, what the heck is beer shock? I've never heard of that term before. Like reading it, I was like, oh, that's not beer shock. That's failing to clean up. You guys should clean up that area. Make sure it's clean. Nothing ever goes near the PC. Never ever. Never ever ever. 'Cause there's a huge chance that it might have it'll spill onto it. Can't mean no good with words. Sometimes words are like I lose words. They're gone and I don't know where they went. They're somewhere folded like it within my brain somewhere, but I don't know. I don't know where they go. It's like they take a holiday. It was one of the $99 computers. That's still it's a computer that was yours, and now it's been turned into a paperweight. Doesn't matter if it's $99 or several $1,000s. It's good to keep care of one's possessions, best of their ability. But yeah, it sounds like you just were forgetful about that you didn't mean to. And she used it for banking stuff. Nice. But still, even like if you know, I intend to do something similar with my PC. I'm gonna take the parts that are good out of it, and then I'm gonna donate the rest of it and have, you know, some folks fill it with or I may put my old card back into it, clear it, and then donate it. But we'll see. Because obviously, I will more than likely offer it to my family first, like, and friends. And if they want it, then they can have it, kind of deal. It was a refurbished Dell computer for business. Mine's a Dell. One second before we fight this group. Because we're really close to leveling this up. Dell can be good, but it depends. They're not a very nice company sometimes, though. Because like I mentioned before, I was in a natural disaster. I just purchased a brand new computer back then. And when I asked them, hey, is it covered? Because I did pay for a warranty, I was told no. No, it's not covered. Thanks for the money. Thankfully, the computer wasn't damaged. But it very well could have been. That's why I made the phone call in the first place. You know, for peace of mind. But I was given a flat no, which is what I'd prefer. I'd prefer they not do that thing that companies do where they say, well, maybe, you know, possibly. And then they spend a good deal of time wasting your time and it ends up going nowhere. So thankfully they said no. I am appreciative of that fact at the very least. This was many years ago. Emma's built me a PC now that's custom and is nice. And Emma knows hardware better, like way better than I do. Like I don't know hardware. I'll be honest. I don't even know what graphics card is in my PC right now. I know it's a TI, and that we got it on some kind of like deal. It's like an RTX something. I don't. I'd have to go and check the box. RTX something something TI. I don't remember. I just want to go into the clothing store. There actually looks like there's loot there.
Hey.
We're very close to leveling up short blunts to 1, which will make short blunts a lot easier. Brothers PC Guru. Yeah. And they expect him to do it all for free? Those kinds of services are expensive when you get the professionals to do it. Can you imagine asking like an accountant to do your taxes for you for free? Can you imagine, you know, asking like that's the same thing, right? I can't do that. I don't like doing that. It bothers me. People need to be paid for their work. If somebody works on something for you, don't take it gratis. It's not meant to be like that. It should have value. Whether they want the value in something else or in monetary gain. A lot of people will choose monetary gain, but to be quite honest, it's possible that they might want something else. You know, it always does depend. But it's how people get taken advantage of, and it's not good. I don't like it. Which is why I don't practice it. I'm not keen on that. If somebody does something for me that's special, um, that I've requested, like so if I requested something from someone, I pay. If it's a request, I pay. If somebody were to come and show me, hey, I got you this, it's a present, that's different. I won't pay for a present. But if somebody gives me like something that's like, you know, that I asked for, that's like a, I don't know, like art or something. If I ask somebody to do like a commission for me, well, then I'm gonna pay. And I'm going to expect that I should be able to pay, you know? Although it depends. It's because there's many a time where it just is not good practice, right? People get taken advantage of, and then there's also the reverse of that can happen too, right? This is cute. I like this. Thank you for the lyric. There we go. Power supply. Alright, sometimes it's very expensive to fix things. Sometimes it's not expensive though as well. It just depends. And folks are very upfront with the most things. Like a lot of people are very upfront with their stuff. Like, and they'll admit such and such is this price, or you know, especially if you ask them, because they know that you could probably ask someone else and they will tell you the answer. So you know, might as well just find out from them. It's be a bit of a waste to ask someone else when they have the answer right there. Let's see how many more. It's 2 zombies there. I'll just go quickly kill them off. And then we'll head back and have an in-game nap on the chair. Okay, before we head back, though, I do want to have a quick peek in the shop just to see how bad it is. At least 2 zombies bad. Okay, it's more than 2 zombies, man. Although, let's be honest, I knew that. I knew it. But I just wanted to see. No, no jacket time yet. Soon. Soon I'll have that winter coat that I'm looking for. So that I can sleep in the cold and not care. Although maybe I can sleep with the beanie on. How much would the beanie give me in terms of temp? We're at 1.48. If I put on the beanie, let's see. Let's find out. It's 1.61. It's not much of an increase, but it is an increase. This is 0.79 though. Let's have a look if I'm wearing my hoodie with the hood up. It's still 0.79, so the hood up doesn't actually protect your neck, which doesn't make sense logically, but whatever. It's, it's one of those things that... So yeah, the beanie definitely is warmer by like a small margin. Still, this is not as good an outfit as the so if you guys want to know the like what I think some of the best outfits in the game are, one of the most common outfits you'll find is the ranger outfit. So the park ranger outfit, that outfit is phenomenal for insulation. The pants are better than jeans, and the so long as they're not torn. The jacket's really good. The hat's okay. It's not as good as a beanie obviously, but um and then the shirt is really good. So, of course, you'll want to wear whatever shirt is best. But just the full ranger garb is awesome. Yeah, they're breathable in this too. There's actually 2 versions of jeans. There's the baggy jeans and the denim jeans. The denim jeans being the ones that are a little bit more warm because they're more snug. The baggy ones have less insulation from what I remember. I could be wrong though. They like not sure. Um but the ranger pants are better overall for insulation. The ranger outfit is the outfit that I wore in cryo winter and like the minus 100 Celsius weather. Of course, you still needed a fire and you still needed to keep yourself warm by being near like what was it, an antique stove and stuff, but it was manageable. Not bad. I think we'll be able to go into the clothes shop tomorrow though. Need to go and get some food though. Make this into another saw. Oh, it's snowing. We can test the thing. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Okay. No, wrong thing. Okay, so currently the weather effect is 31.59%, right? But if we equip this in secondary, it's not open yet. 31.3, 22.5. We can remove the the bandana, and that will lower this from 22.5 to 2.5 because the bandana causes a 20% debuff. And if we open the umbrella and then equip it secondary, apparently, because you know, that's not insignificant. That actually is fairly good. It went from 31 to 18. So the weather effects, when raining and snowing, the umbrella helps. It's not like crazy big, but it's like it's enough that it's noticeable. Like it's a decent, and remember it's to your search radius. So it increases my radius by a little bit. And then if I were to move on top of that with the nimble stance, you can see that I have a fairly large radius, despite it being snowy. Eventually it'll get there. I know bows are gonna happen, and I hope crossbows come with it. Cause could you like bows and crossbows would be awesome. But we know that boyering is gonna be a thing. They also have feathers and fletching already in the game. So, and in their roadmap, it said boyering. So, I'm hoping that that's going to be an eventuality. But it's obviously proven much harder than they want, especially given the new aiming system. That said, though, throwing weapons, I'd love that. I'd love to be able to throw my broken weapons at the zombies. Even if my throwing by throwing the weapons at the zombies they break and they don't even deal damage, I don't care. Just to have that scene where from Shaun of the Dead where you like throw records at the zombies would be fun. Look, it's a baby bunny. That's so cute. It got scared. You emptying your entire inventory to kill one zombie? I would totally do it. I keep throwing that stuff at him. It'd be too tempting not to. It'd be so fun. It's just a nibble, right? I am Gambit. I don't understand why that's broken. Does it need a refresh? Thank you for the wellness. I'm gonna have a look at it right now. Okay, I am well. I don't know why wellness is not playing though. It should be, and it's annoying me that it's not. Because I like that noise. It makes me happy every time I hear it. Why must the things break and deny me good things? I'm just gonna quickly check it. Where is it? Here. I haven't heard alerts happen for a while, so I don't know what's up with it. It got flicked off. I think. I wonder how that happened. It was off in the thing. I don't know why that happened, but I'm glad that we checked it. It shouldn't be off. Shouldn't have been off. Now it's on. Yeah, easy fix.
You're amazing.
I wonder how it got broken. Oh, maybe it was when I edited that, cause now that's the follow thing says that it's anonymous, so I don't have to say it every time. Cause I want people to be able to enjoy. And ooh, snow. Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll give a sip of my drink. That's empty. But I have a backup drink. The backup drink is water. Yeah, I always actually that's very frequently if I run out of tea, it's okay because I have water as well. Usually slowly building a house? No, that's as far as that house is going to get built. It's not even a house. It's meant to be a little warming spot. I go in there, I sit on the ground and I warm up. Yeah, it's the cozy zone. Unfortunately, we rolled in napping tools. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is a napping tool? What is a napping tool? What is the napping tool for? I made one. What's it for? I don't know what it's for. I shouldn't have made it, but I wanted to see what it doesn't even say. It just says carve napping tools out of the antlers. We don't have any leather at the moment, so I need 2 branches. A twine, which I think I already have. And then we need leather and a flat surface. This twine's not full enough. Let's grab one of these. I'm gonna leave behind the pool cue and the extra short bat. The napping tool lets you perform napping and doesn't harm the durability of the tools. If you use a stone, it'll eventually break. So it's like the napping, so it's essentially a better version of the hammer, essentially. That's what I'm to understand. But hammers are infinite. Like, so I'm failing to see the point of it. I suppose if you can't get stones? But if you can't get stones, how are you doing napping? And it requires antlers, which is something that you get from deer, which is not particularly easy to do, right? Or foraging them. It seems to me like it would be something that would save you a few rocks. But all in all, not super useful. And I likely will never craft it again. I might equip one though, just so that I don't have to keep making hammers to nap. I just wish napping had more in it. It just doesn't have enough. It needs more things that we can like nap into. But it's the thing is what would you put in there? Is the question then. To which then I don't have a good answer. Some worse like stone hammers, but you can already do a stone hammer that it's built for maintenance. So it's like, well, what else is there? Yeah, I think that I agree with you that it's not an amazing thing, but it's not terrible to have. Like it's meant to be like save you a little time. Yeah, arrowheads. Oh, that would be phenomenal. Okay, yeah. If you could nap arrowheads out of regular rocks. I want to put a real firm, not chipstone, not flint, like be able to chip them out of the regular rocks. Because currently, if everything is made with flint, then that's not, like, where's the value in the regular stone then? Well, oh, the value is in masonry when you carve it into a stone block. Well, that's great, but I'd like the regular stones to have some value outside of the stone hammer. But that's, of course, it's a player thing, I guess. There's plenty you could make. Oh, cool. I didn't realize there were so many things you could nap into stone into. Hmm. Yeah, so like it's kind of cool. I do like that it's kind of got a medieval feel to it. We'll see how it goes though. I'm definitely looking forward to bows though. I would totally love to be a stealth archer in the apocalypse. Horses would be nice. I would love an alternative long distance travel that's a little quieter than the cars. But you have to maintain it. Like feed the horse. Jeez. That zombie was tanky. Or I'm tired. Probably I'm tired. Hello. The things that you do as I listen to them. Still be able to watch. Oh, I do very much appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say. I do apologize though if my music does end up getting a little bit much sometimes, or if I get a little bit, you know, excitable and such. There's always the VODs option, which is, you know, you can always watch the VODs, and there's no music there. But you know, I am glad that's good for you. So, you know, I appreciate it, and I hope that you feel better, and that eventually things are a little lighter on you. Can I go in the clothes store? That doesn't sound like a yes. Please, I just want to shop. Pretty please. No, they don't want me to shop. Shopping's not allowed. It's at the right volume? Okay, I'm glad then. Because I do get concerned if some folks don't like the music, which is, you know, why there's the option that well, it's on the split audio track as well because I don't want to be copyrighted. But, because the music is nice and I like it, but it's only a small part of the stream. Okay, so shout once there, and then I'm just gonna bail. Yeah, the copyright stuff is always awful, and it's not, a lot of the time it's not intentional, and sometimes the copyright stuff is just ludicrous. Like I got copyrighted for on one of my videos, one on YouTube, on one of the VODs, for the Project Zomboid's loading sound sounding like a song track. Only one of my VODs. Mind you, remember, I play a lot of Project Zomboid. So almost all of my VODs are Project Zomboid VODs, right? Pretty place. I can make it. I can make it. Must have been manual, maybe, but I don't know. It sounds to me like it was automated, maybe, and it just picked the number based on something similar. I don't know, but it's like it was weird. It was the loading sound, and I loaded in twice during the. But I've also had bass fishing videos try to copyright because of the chopping of fish noise, like when you cut up stuff. But it happens. Like I mean, those systems are automated for the most part, but annoying. I don't think that it was manual, but like I mean, it is weird. All right, we made it all the way back. Now this does more damage than the short bat, so I'm gonna leave the short bat behind. Even more than once. I mean, they do that a lot sometimes. It just depends, right? The problem is when companies do it to take a little bit of that monetization. You see, my videos aren't monetized on YouTube, but could you imagine having monetization and then because from what I remember, if you place a copyright claim on something, you get the currency from it. So there has to be some kind of defense against that as well. At least I would hope. Because then you'd have people making false claims, trying to skim folks that are maybe not the biggest of creators, but like smaller creators. And that's the problem, is a lot of smaller creators get the short end, kind of, which is not fair. Oh yeah, and sometimes it's accidental. Sometimes they make the claim and it's not on purpose. But because I've seen a couple of those in support logs before, of like they actually meant to click something else and they ended up doing a report, and they were just trying to click through it, like to get out of it. But You know, there are some folks that are malicious like that. It just reminds me of when we were in the pandemic not long ago, right? There were some people that were trying to like take things that are like sanitizers and toilet paper in bulk and then they were trying to sell them, which is just no. That's not taking advantage of a crisis scenario like that. It's just terrible. Those folks should be, well, ashamed and also studied. That's good then if they do it that way, but I don't know. YouTube's always been one of those things that's been kind of... It's on my list of to-dos to start when I can actually focus on it. And I think I might lean towards doing vlog style content on YouTube. Like, you know, maybe. I was thinking about doing that instead of doing just specifically videos of any kind that are like... You know, because I could do tutorials and stuff. And it would be nice to do those. But, like, I mean, I don't want to be locking myself into a specific type of content. Plus, then people can have a doorway into my thought processes and my life and what I'm kind of thinking about. I know not a whole lot of people might, like, some folks may care, but, like, it'll be interesting anyways. Yeah, lots of folks would want to profit off of other people's pain, and it's not good. And some folks were just looking to, like, be selfish as well. Can I sleep already? It's fitting, kind of, though. I like this. It makes you want to resub again. You don't have to resub. It's okay. Don't worry about it. If anything, play a different grindy game. But it is good music. They've got good tracks. I like their music. Plus, there's that new RuneScape, right? The one that's like 3D and kind of uh that one is it's not actually RuneScape though, is it? That's what, from my understanding, it's RuneScape, but it's not quite the same. It's like upgraded and different. You're playing Sims 4? I was thinking about doing, like, I'm still thinking about it, but I'm gonna do a full Sims playthrough. Like, we'll do Sims 1 for a little while, maybe like a couple of streams, because Sims 1 doesn't have a whole lot of content, but it is still fun. It'll be fun to go back and look at it. Same for the other ones. So, like, there's Sims 1, there's Sims 2, and then, 3 and 4. Yeah, I agree that you probably wouldn't be able to, given the you'd have to probably go in and disable the bloom and the camera shake, and a bunch of the other settings. However, Molly said that there's a way to do that. So, in my opinion, if you're looking for a way to, you could probably ask Molly how she did it. Yeah, if you don't know Molly, you know, there you go, so that you can go ask Molly how she turned off those settings. But if you're going to play it, because the apparently the accessibility, you actually have to go into the files and edit it. It's pretty bad, from what I've heard. Biggest complaints were that you can't edit the settings. So, hello. It's one of those sorts of things that could be a good game. It's just I haven't had a go yet. It's a pig, it's a pig doing the snoot thing. Thank you very much for the big emote, the large pig that's wiggling. I'm looking for food right now. Because once we find our berries, then I can eat them and we can go kill a handful more zombies. Yes, hooray. Nope, not enough berries. You've never seen? You haven't played long enough? I have seen enough snow to be sick of it. I, I'm good. I'm good. Game can continue now. You've seen a little bit, but not that much. You'll get there though. I believe in you. You'll be able to see a ton of snow soon. And you'll reach this stage, I guarantee it. You will reach the stage of, "Oh my god, is the snow going to be gone?" Cuz it's reflective and it's bright and I'd like to see I'd like to see it kind of less. It is useful though. So the reason why the snow is useful is because it's like a white canvas. You can really see zombies on it. So, and that's good. The bad quality of it though is that it's bright all the time. So, you know, it's not necessarily the best for long sessions. I find that when I play at least like a month of winter, I generally need a break. Meanwhile, I could do like a couple of months in the other seasons, depending, of course, on fog, which happens surprisingly often. This new thing. Oh, so it's like okay, so it's like a particular artist did that thing once, and then a bunch of people are like, "Hey, can we have that too?" Makes sense. That's how a good yeah, that's how you know a good emote is a good emote. Is when people see it and they go, "Oh my god, I want that too." Hmm. Like the taps emotes, there's lots of them. There's like the butt emotes, the taps emotes. Yeah. I forgot that there was that one there, that one at the end. I, it makes me think of Nigel, which I'm sure it's supposed to. Yeah, dance emotes. With luck, we get into the clothing store today. Of course, it has to be a foggy day, though. I need food, though. We're hungry. Hey. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress in the rat race, and I enjoyed playing RimWorld yesterday, and I also enjoyed all of the festivities yesterday, which was awesome. And then there was also the what else was there? Oh yeah, we also played Zomboid in the early morning yesterday too, because that's how that goes sometimes. Sometimes I get a busy day in. I slept at some point yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Maybe? Maybe not, actually. Sleeps extra sometimes. Because I spent time with Emma. So first we streamed Zomboid yesterday, then I spent time with Emma. Then I was doing the party stuff with Snoot, which was fun. And then we streamed RimWorld. Oh, I did have a nap, and then I streamed Zomboid. Okay, yeah. There was a nap somewhere in there. How's the cannibal run going? It's going pretty good. It's I lost the first round against Cassie. She just spiraled and beat me up, which was not really easy to deal with. And then my second one is going a little bit better. We've lost quite a lot of people, but at the same time, it's still going. So, yeah, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm learning about that's helpful. Like, I was watching a couple of folks afterwards play, and they were also doing similar sort of tribal starts, right? Kind of. They were doing it much better than me and on a much higher difficulty. But still, I was learning a little bit of stuff from them. And the stuff that I learned was that you want to kind of all in your stuff that you're doing, regardless of their skill level in whatever it is. So it seems like you want to lean heavily into things, like heavy into food and then heavy into research. So like they had like 4 or 5 tables of research active, and they would like force them to all do things kind of simultaneously. It was really neat, as opposed to what I was doing, where what I still technically am doing in that run is that I was trying to give everybody tasks that were theirs, right? And spread myself out a little bit too thin. So, because I'm trying to give everybody their task that they're good at, and yeah, it doesn't benefit me when, for example, we're running out of food or etc. Right? Yeah, exactly. But I need the people to be basically staying on research as often as they can, because research is like way worse for a tribal like the and I didn't realize it was that much worse until I was looking at electricity's cost. It's 3,200 points. That's a lot of research points to get one thing. And sure, electricity does come with a lot of benefits, but and I mean you wouldn't expect a tribal um, society to have like those kinds of advancements, right? Like readily, but yeah, it's cool. I definitely am looking forward to playing again at some point in the future. But I am learning and losing, and it's one of the more fun parts about video games is when you're like you're in that stage of learn and lose and learn and lose, right? It's when the game is at its most fun. And then eventually you know quite a lot, and there's no more of that. Or like your losses are like some. Like you do still lose, it's just less. Less and less. Yeah, I've watched A few of my friends play that game. It seems neat. Haven't tried it myself though. I don't really know what to think of it. But I do like vampires. I think they're neat. Hi, Barry. Hopefully you're having a good day. I was on tangent, thinking about stuff. You having a good day? How goes your stoof? Good day overall. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I'm making progress. We're having like we made it all the way to February 1st, so that's good, and it seems to be very solid. Like we're getting some work done. Um, we should be in the clothing store soon, but I need to focus on food right now because my character needs to eat, and foraging is being unkind. But that's how it goes. Sometimes it's unkind. Because foraging is all about probability. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes you get all the things you need right away. And sometimes you get nothing for a long time. Thankfully, though, I do have an emergency food supply in the event that foraging decides to hold off from me for more than a day, but I doubt that it will. Well, it's because it's probability based. Anything that's based on probability is always a risk factor involved of not rolling good, especially if you're inherently bad luck. Like Emma. So my Emma is very unlucky when it comes to dice rolls. When it comes to being skilled, Emma's skilled. Like really, really good at everything. Except for dice rolls. Emma's the kind of person that can successfully roll ones multiple times in a row. And apparently I can channel that because I did that just recently when I was playing D&D. I had several consecutive nat ones. It was great. You feel the pain? Understandably. I'm not going out. Just gonna go and sit in here and skip this foggy day. I don't trust the minus 14, so we're gonna sleep with the fire on. hungry, thirsty. We can deal with the hungry. We can't deal with the thirsty. Well, not until we get to the Spiffos. There you go. Let's get over to the Spiffos. We got stuff that we need to do. And hopefully, today we get in the closed door. We can do it. Closed door time. Maybe they'll have a jacket. Or maybe there'll be a baseball shirt. A baseball shirt would be welcomed. Because that's an extra layer. Or long johns if we're really lucky. Alternative. So at least what I want to do when I have is a fresh pair of pants that doesn't have holes in them, as well as a fresh jacket. If I could have at least those two things, I'd be really pleased. But I'm well aware that's asking for a lot from the game. So let's just hope for at least a pair of pants that's got no holes in them. That's more likely. When you do 0 to hero, do you use those points from 0 for having, or do you prefer to 0 positive traits? Oh, so 0 to hero actually is a broad stroke term used to mention that I started with 0 fitness, 0 strength, and a weight trait. That said, though, yeah, I use all the points that I can to get the best benefit for my character for all the other stuff. So, like, I'll take, like, slow learner and reluctant fighter so that I can pick up things like outdoorsy, vehicle knowledge, handy, wilderness knowledge, stuff like that, so that gives me all these extra ones. I don't do known skill very often, which is what you're referring to, is the no skill run, where you take nothing that's in this list. So no bonuses, right? But I don't do that very often because that's really painful to do. Because especially for some of the harder skills, I know that, for example, even with the bonuses I have, reloading is going to take me literally hours in reality. If I didn't have a bonus, it would probably take longer, like a lot longer, multiple days in reality, which would suck. Because it already sucks on it as it is. But yeah, I've done all negatives. I've done those things before. It takes a long time. I've never really gotten very far with them, like, because my old average for the survival time used to be 6 months, until a couple of years ago when I had sort of my zomboid like epiphany, essentially. Now the game's a lot easier than it used to be, for sure. Zero Hero is kind of painful for some, but some folks just really like the skill grind, right? And some folks that's their favorite part of the game. So that when the skill grind's over, that's it. They're kind of they've ran out of stuff to do. They sometimes those folks a lot of the time won't level all the skills. They'll just level the skills they care about, which is important. They're playing the game the way they like, right? And that's one of my favorite parts about the Zomboid community is nobody really will tease anybody else for their settings. Oh, you run multi-hit? You know, cool. You run no infection? That's fine. Play builder with no zombies? That's cool. It doesn't matter. We're all like doing our best in our sim slash zombie survival. Well, depending. If you turn off the zombies, then it's your farm survival. Exactly. Yeah, the original person that did Zero to Hero was a lumberjack, which means they started with one strength. So immediately that the term loses its credibility on the start. There we go. Fingers crossed we can get into that shop here soon. We've been trying for a little while. Shell suit jacket. Actually, comparatively to this jacket, what are we looking at? Chocolate bar. I think this jacket's better than my current one, isn't it? Insulation, roughly. There's wind resistance. Yeah, plus this one doesn't have any... Sure, this jacket gives you more in terms of protection, but... This is a baseball shirt, counts as a separate set of insulation. Very warm leather pants. Like I said, if we have pants in here, I'll be happy. I have to be happy now, because not only did we get a brand new jacket, but we got a pair of pants. So... And these pants are really warm. There's still a handful of other things to look at as well. We got our baseball shirts, so that's good. Baggy jeans. T-shirt. Regular jeans. No, everything else done. Oh? Do I have a blue pen? Yeah. We're missing red pen and green pen. So it's official. We have been in and we've searched that building. So that's awesome. There's nothing in Spiffo's parking lot. And there's not much left over here. There we go. Okay, let's go kill these zombies. Oops. My bad. Alright, let's see. A stick of gum. Can I go over there or nah? Looks like I might be able to. Nah, can't. It's like one or two zombies over there. But one or two always means more than one or two. Right? I don't see any more though. I thought I had a crowbar? No, this is just a lead pipe, which actually is not a bad weapon. The lead pipe's a fairly good weapon. No, I need to leave. As much as I'd like to stay. Just to see it break in half? Yeah, definitely. That's how you should do. That's how it starts. Wanting to break a weapon, and then eventually you succeed. You get to move on to the next weapon, and so on and so forth, until eventually you've cleared quite a large portion of an area. We're nearly at a stage where I can consider moving up, but it's still too hostile in this area. So but I would say probably like this now. Uh, Like that. So we still haven't cleared out Nolan's, but you can see that we've definitely punched out a large portion of this area. So, and then our watch bag is... Just so I don't lose track of it, because I might. So I think, yeah, even Nolan's is starting to lighten up a little. I'll kill these two on my way out, but we're starting to see some major progress, some good strides. Watch bag is brilliant. Yeah, it's a really good idea. It wasn't just my own either. Like there's a lot of folks and it makes common sense, right? It makes a noise, so the zombies kind of crowd around it. Um, I don't actually know who would have been the one to come up with it initially. It's been around. It's in for quite some time. It's one of those ones that it'd be difficult to trace it back. It's a little bit lost to time kind of thing. But I definitely wouldn't take credit for it. It's definitely a good strat, though. Because it stems from the generator strat, which is a strat that I've seen a couple other folks employing at one point in time. But it's a much more continuous but also annoying kind of... Because setting the watch bag up is such a pain. It's like not fun. It's not the fun at all. I somewhat wish it was automated, but it's impossible to do like that. Unless there was a crafting recipe, I guess. Okay, let's go in here. What time is it? Just a little bit longer, and let's go to bed. So this should be a slightly better sleep than our previous one. We shouldn't get nearly as cold. So we're wearing warmer clothes. Oh, the jacket provided neck insulation? That's weird. Oh, that must be where it has extra defense. That's okay though. We can just light the fire and then go back to sleep here in a moment. Throw another log on the fire. Okay, do I want to keep pushing? No, I think that's a good stopping point there. Because we went from what? We were at like 800 kills to now we're over 1,000. Yeah, and we're doing fairly good. We leveled 2 skills today. We leveled up our axes as well as we leveled up our short blunts. And we were working on short blades. We're getting some decent skills. So like short blades should hit level 2 eventually. And then we should also push long blunts to level 2 just kind of to finish it off. But we're getting there on axes. Gotta build up some more of them though, but I think that's good. Okay. Just been a wonderful day. But I will see who else is on and we'll go and give them a raid. Oh, you just got here? I'm sorry. Let's see. My bad. But I want to get some food as well as I want to see if Emma's around so that we can finish the long dark. At least I hope. And even if Emma's not around, then that's okay. Ooh. I think we will raid this person because they are playing the remastered version of Oblivion, which is did drop while I was, live. So you guys can go and hang out and check that out. I'm probably gonna buy that almost immediately if it's not, Yep. It's been my pleasure as always. Go and enjoy some nostalgia if you like the Elder Scrolls series.